meeting entitled Demystifying Human Trafficking in the Caribbean Context, the Intersection of Culture and Human Trafficking. I'm grateful to Free the Slave for inviting us, for organizing this meeting. I'm also very grateful for the government of Jamaica for hosting this meeting, and Caricicure for supporting it. As you may know, UNODC, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, is the guardian of the protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in person, especially women and children. It supplements the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, and as a guardian, we are deeply committed to working with you, for you, and placing people at the very center of our work. In order to achieve this, developing solid legal framework is key. They are the gateway into effective access to justice. The security and the justice sectors work through a series of gears. If one of them stops working properly, it affects the performance of the rest of the system. UNODC puts at your disposal our model law on trafficking in person, which serves as a concrete roadmap to build a normative framework in line with international standards. It is sufficiently flexible and broad in overview to provide legal elements to this crime, but it's also very flexible and it's easy to adapt to a specific characteristic of each country. I think that we can all agree that one victim, one survivor is already too many, and the first step is to properly name it. To raise our voice against this heinous crime, to speak up, made it very hurt that as a community we cannot stand for it. We're talking about a crime that is on par with the crisis of opiates, on armed trafficking, which is the main fuel of organized crime. However, we're not selling weapons, we're not selling drugs, we're selling people. In this sense, I believe that prevention is the best investment, not only financial terms, but human terms. And by talking about this issue, we can provide exchange of information that is key to develop public policies that are based in an in-depth knowledge and evidence. This way, our actions can be targeted and, above all, victim-centered. Nothing for them without them. We cannot and should not develop public policy without victim survivors' participation. It's very clear to us. In this respect, mainstreaming an intersectional and gender approach to protection measures is fundamental. Understanding the ways that multiple forms of inequality sometimes overlap and create obstacles, often that are not understood, and it is a challenge when it comes to trafficking in person, as this crime can occur in different settings and in a plethora of modalities such as forced labor, forced marriage, recruitment of children to participate in illegal activities. Each modality affects societies and victims in very specific ways. We need to understand better to protect them better. We need to understand it to prosecute better. We just need to do better to prevent. I can't stress enough the importance of forming alliances and coordinating efforts among various actors. It sets an example for effective collaboration in combating human trafficking. This is exactly the right time to prioritize and make visible not only the challenges that the region faces, but also share the best practice and lessons learned that will help those who are at risk. I think we can all say that we want to contribute to best laws, to the countries having trained authorities, and to societies identifying, reporting crime. We are focused on opening the world's eyes on human trafficking, and that together we can eradicate it. During this two-day forum, we welcome experts inside that will shed light on the importance of working together to detect cases of human trafficking and provide a victim-centered response. Without further ado, many thanks for, once again, for having me, and I wish you very, very fruitful discussion during this meeting. Let us carry the knowledge gained in this event into our respective fields and communities, ensuring that we can continue the work together to eradicate human trafficking and provide a better future to survivors. Together, I believe we can make a difference. Have a great meeting.
All right, great. So next we're going to welcome Ms. Amanda Akbarali Ramdial. She's a mental health practitioner and she's been instrumental in starting a domestic violence and intervention network. One of the things I like the most from her bio is that she's a civil and family mediator, which tells you she can do almost anything. So I'm very excited about that contribution. She's been doing significant work at the Children's Authority in Trinidad and Tobago, and she's done all kinds of work at the intersection of really sexual violence, victim offender mediation, which from my experience in alternative conflict resolution is incredibly difficult because you're trying to reach a common ground between parties that fundamentally don't have the same interests. So from all of her experience in mediation, she seems so well suited to be leading offices focused on specifically this incredibly important area. And especially as we know in our societies, given how closely knit they are, this type of reconciliation is so critical. And it's also important when we're coming up with these policies that are punitive in nature against traffickers, that we do consider the longevity of our society. Like, are we really thinking about things that are rehabilitative, or are they punitive in nature? And how does that change our society overall, especially when we all know there's inherent misogyny in a lot of the social and cultural and juridical practices that have contributed to these vulnerabilities. So with that, I'm really looking forward to hearing Ms. Ramdial's remarks.
Hi, good morning, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, activists in the room, and most of all this morning, a very warm welcome to the survivors, both in the room and tuning in online. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you this morning on behalf of the United Nations Development Programme Carry Secure 2.0 initiative. And this morning, I especially bring greetings to you from Trinidad and Tobago. As we gather here in Kingston this week, I ask you to permit me. Let us set our collective mission for this week: to confront and dismantle the pervasive crime of human trafficking within the Caribbean. The theme of this year's forum, Demystifying Human Trafficking in the Caribbean Context, speaks directly to the heart of our challenge, but it also speaks to our hope. Arizona human trafficking special agent, Ms. Heidi Chance, once noted, and I find this very scary, she said, "A trafficker is the most reliable person you will ever meet in your entire life." Yes. And I think that this paradoxical statement really highlights the sinister nature of traffickers who exploit and manipulate cultural norms to prey on the vulnerable. It reminds us of the psychological manipulation involved in different trafficking scenarios. And our Caribbean region, rich in diversity and culture, is unfortunately not immune to this. Traffickers often exploit our cultural hospitality and community trust, weaving themselves into the fabric of everyday life, making these crimes less visible and more challenging to actually combat. And colleagues, it is this understanding which is crucial for our anti-trafficking efforts, as it highlights the need for lawmakers, law enforcers, all frontliners, families, and community members to establish almost a counteracting culture, a marginalized, focused culture, perhaps even a progressive culture that aims to be impermeable to traffickers. Wow, Kini, sounds like a tall order, right? But there are some good news. Let's consider that across the CARICOM member states, there is a robust commitment to fighting this crime. From Barbados to Bahamas to Belize, anti-trafficking units are active in nearly all CARICOM countries, with strong legislative frameworks. For example, Guyana's Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act, and Jamaica's Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression, and Punishment Act. And the existence of these units and the passage of such legislation indeed underscore the collective resolve of CARICOM to confront and curb the menace of human trafficking effectively. However, colleagues, today, still, we have to pause and allow me to ask you, is this enough? Is there effective implementation? And do we always have meaningful collaboration with each other? The UNDP CARISecure 2.0 initiative, along with other regional initiatives such as UNODC's Track for Tip, IOM's HER-C-TIP program, amongst many others, embody a targeted approach to addressing human trafficking in the Caribbean. And CARISecure's work isn't just about deploying audiovisual equipment for victim testimony rooms and so on, but also about the provision of training in areas such as cybercrime forensics, medical legal investigations, and trauma-informed approaches. We're also looking at standardizing investigative procedures through the development of regional law enforcement and judicial toolkits. And in this overarching way, the UNDP's LNOB, global commitment, that is, leave no one behind, is crucial in our fight against human trafficking. It aligns with Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 8, which advocates for decent work for all, and SDG 16, which supports just, peaceful, and inclusive societies. Leave no one behind really means intensifying our efforts to protect the most vulnerable in our society. It calls for inclusive policies and interventions that reach every corner of the community. So, as we convene at this forum, let us commit to these ideals, focusing on strategies that not only eliminate trafficking, but also support the recovery and societal integration of survivors. As we embark on this forum, let's engage, let's innovate, let's inspire each other. And in closing, I extend my deepest gratitude to the organizers of this forum and to all of you who have dedicated your lives to this cause. This week, let's work together to create a future where freedom from slavery is a reality for all. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks. So now it's my honor to introduce our VIP, and I'm a little nervous, I have to admit, because we don't always stand on a lot of protocol in the US, so I hope that I do this well. We'll be introducing Honorable Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn. She was appointed a state minister in the Ministry of National Security in May, but prior to that she was a Minister of State in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And of course, speaker's prerogative, I pick out the things that I think are most interesting in their background. She's an Olympian, a 5-time Olympian. And not only that, she went to University of Texas at Austin, which is so incredible, and led them to an NCAA championship. I am such a big fan. I know she has very many trafficking related remarks to make, but this is just so incredible to see a female Olympian leading in public service, and I'm so impressed, and especially with all of the challenges we have with like women being visible in the public space, not only just women in general, women of color, women from the Caribbean. I'm just so proud of everything that you're doing and using your public platform to be able to just shine a light on that. So thank you for everything you've contributed and your leadership. And I love this idea of the whole body, mental health and physical health component, because I think as we're talking about serving survivors and all members of our community, and even the vicarious traumatization that all of us experience working so closely in this field for years and years and years, I think that you're just a great example of how to do it with longevity. So I'm so excited to hear your remarks, and I hope that stood on protocol.
What a great introduction. Thank you so much. Thank you. And it's really a pleasure for me to be here as well this morning, as everyone has acknowledged so far, Madam Moderator. Honorable Mrs. Justice Lisa Palmer Hamilton from the Supreme Court. I guess she will be here in the coming days. My Ambassador Alison Stone-Roof, our Permanent Secretary. I know she's not here at the moment, but that she will join us. She's also chairman of the National Task Force Against Trafficking in Person at the Ministry of National Security. Mrs. Diane Gordon Harrison, National Rapporteur, and she is such a wonderful treasure for Jamaica. I have to tell you that, Madam. Always speaking up for the most vulnerable in our society. Mr. Bukeni Waruzi, Executive Director of Free the Slaves. It's a real pleasure to have you here with us. Professor Vereen Shepherd, what can I say about this lady? Professor of History and Gender Studies. Again, someone mentioned that we have a vast amount of knowledge in this room, and what can I say about you? You're just a wonderful addition to this conference here for the next 3 days. Dr. Jason Hayes, Associate Professor of Law and Deputy Head of Postgraduate Studies at the University of Birmingham in the United Kingdom. Representative, of course, Mrs. Sandra Maynard, Pro Vice Chancellor of Global Affairs, and pleasure to see you again. We're in another forum a few months ago at the university. Representatives from the offices of international organization and other anti-trafficking organizations, all the persons from the Caribbean and across the world. A pleasure to have you here in Jamaica, and I hope you have some rice and peas. Again, as I said, it's a pleasure and an honor to welcome all of you to the 24 Freedom from Slavery Caribbean Regional Forum. And I live in Portmore, and before I got this role, you pay attention to certain things, and sometimes it doesn't really connect. And there's a huge billboard about trafficking in person. And again, I understand and know what that is, but I wonder, from time to time how many people really pay attention to that billboard and understand what it's saying and what it's about and what's happening, not just in Jamaica, but across the Caribbean. And also as a member of parliament, you hear of stories about persons probably staying at a relative's home and they have to work harder than the other family members. Are we making that connection? Ms. Diane mentioned that earlier. Today's gathering is both very crucial and also indicative of our commitment to the urgent task of combating human trafficking in this region. The theme, demystifying human trafficking in the Caribbean context, the intersection of culture and human trafficking, acknowledges the critical need to confront this very serious issue with determination and collective action. The Caribbean, with its vibrant culture and rich heritage, has long captivated people from all corners of the globe. However, it is a very complex history of colonization, enslavement, and exploitation provides a backdrop to understanding the contemporary manifestation of what human trafficking is all about. Trafficking is an insidious crime that preys on the most vulnerable, exploiting their hopes, their dreams, their aspirations. It thrives in the shadows of perpetuated by greed, yes, greed, power, and desperation. This crime is intertwined with the very fabric of culture, posing complex challenges that's going to demand our comprehensive understanding and strategic response, and that is why we'll be here for the next 3 days. And this recognizing the historical root of human trafficking in the Caribbean, it's going to help us to understand the structural injustices and also the inequalities that perpetuate our society today. In the Caribbean, where cultural diversity is very abundant, traffickers, they're going to exploit these vulnerabilities arising from economic disparities, limited access to education, gender inequality, and also equals to social exclusion. To confront this complex challenge effectively, we must acknowledge the role culture play in perpetuating the human trafficking, while also recognizing its potential as a powerful tool of prevention and intervention. It is also important, I believe, to emphasize that these cultural practices themselves, they're not the root cause of human trafficking. Rather, the traffickers exploit the vulnerabilities within cultural and socioeconomic contexts. And so by addressing the underlying systemic issue and promoting inclusive development in education and gender equality and social protection, we can work towards reducing the vulnerability of individuals and also the community of human trafficking. We also recognize that raising the awareness about human trafficking and its intersection with culture and in the Caribbean requires a multifaceted approach, engaging various stakeholders and utilizing diverse communication channels. And I think this is why last week I charged a communication team that I want to go around the country and do some education in communities. We have to go into the communities, to the people, to educate them about what is happening and what that billboard really is saying. What is that billboard really saying? To understand that. In addition, sustained and coordinated efforts are key to raising awareness effectively, and by combining strategies and engaging diverse actors, we can create a collective voice against human trafficking to challenge harmful cultural practices and to foster a culture of vigilance, protection, and respect of human rights in the Caribbean. And so we're going to do those town hall meetings. Our programs and policies must promote gender equality, as traffickers exploit the prevalence of gender inequality in the region. Discriminatory practices limiting access to education and economic opportunities, along with societal expectations, make women and girls more susceptible to trafficking. We recognize that no single person or agency or organization can combat human trafficking effectively. We don't stand alone. A multi-sector cooperation is imperative given the complex nature of the crime, whether internal or international. Countries of origin, transit, and destination must work together to recognize the mechanism of trafficking, properly identify, and also to assist the victims and prosecute and punish these traffickers. In Jamaica, we are consistently pursuing progressive initiatives in our fight against trafficking. We have made significant progress through a robust legislative measure, which is also tailored to the law enforcement initiative, strategic community engagements, and a multi-stakeholder approach with the establishment of the National Task Force Against Trafficking in Person. We continue to review and also to update our Trafficking Persons Act to address current trends, because they're organized. And so we have to protect our victims and also to create mechanisms to prosecuting traffickers. A key demonstration of the government's commitment has been the appointment of a national rapporteur of independently examining the reports of human trafficking, and also to advocate for victims' rights and to provide an analytical overview of our efforts. Jamaica has also prioritized education and awareness arising efforts to debunk the cultural norms that may be exploited, but we must do more. Empowering the communities to identify and also to report cases of these exploitations. The government, in collaboration with civil society organizations and international partners, has developed training programs for law enforcement officers. We have our frontline service providers, and also the public to improve their understanding of human trafficking and their ability to respond effectively. And in addition to this, there's been strategic collaboration with our regional and also our international stakeholders that has been very crucial in the fight to strengthen anti-trafficking efforts. And this participation in the region and international forums such as this one has enabled Jamaica to share the best practices, exchange information, and also to help to coordinate to combat cross-border trafficking networks. Jamaica is committed to addressing the cultural norms that contribute to trafficking, such as poverty, gender equality, and social marginalization, and also by promoting socioeconomic empowerment and to address, and these things will of course address the root cause that we hope to build a more resilient society and have a less vulnerability to exploit persons. So today we stand united in our commitment, I believe, to raise awareness. That's why we're here, and also to foster dialogue and in order to drive a change. I believe that all of us together will be able to explore various innovative strategies in order to dismantle the trafficking networks that's out there. We need to also make sure that we're at the same time supporting our survivors on their path to healing, and also to make sure we're empowering them to promote a more cultural shift that rejects the commodification of human lives. I hope that we can all exchange during this forum a fruitful discussion and to share your expertise and experiences, and also to forge meaningful collaboration in this fight against modern day slavery. Through our collective efforts, I believe that we can create a Caribbean region where the values of respect, dignity, and justice prevail, not only in our words, but in our action. And so may this gathering serve as a catalyst for change, not just a talk shop, but for change, real change, as we work towards a Caribbean that is free from the shackles of human trafficking, where culture flourishes instead of a force for unity and resilience and also for progress. I thank you and have a fruitful next 3 days here this fall.
Thank you again, Minister. That was very encouraging, very great summary. Now I'm going to call up Dr. Giselle Balfour. She doesn't actually have her bio in this thing, but I do want to tell you a little bit about one of my favorite women. She's not only the forum extraordinaire and probably has helped you manage any kinds of issues that have come up from travel delays. If anyone came through Miami with me yesterday, Neil, that was really something, and the hotel, but she also has a background in modern slavery, and she's one of the first people to get a doctorate working with our colleagues specifically on this space. So she's a verifiable expert in her own right, and there's really nothing she can't do, and she's also Caribbean, so we've been really very excited about having this forum here. So Dr. Balfour, please, I'll turn to you for some housekeeping.
Good morning to my Caribbean people. Good morning. I am Giselle Balfour, the head of programs at Free the Slaves, and most importantly, born and raised in Trinidad and Tobago. As my people say, I have not an ounce of shame in my bias to my region, right? All right, so I want to thank all of you, for being here. I want to bring greetings to the Honorable Minister, to all of our distinguished guests, and to all of you for being here. I'm so proud and so excited that we're able to do this for the second year in a row, in person, in the Caribbean region. Just so you know, we don't have all of these regional forums in person. Some of them are online, but this is the second year in a row that we've been able to host this in the Caribbean region in person. And for this year, the Caribbean Forum is the third of 7 regional forums that we will be having. So it is a Herculean effort to make this happen, but I could not have done it alone. I had some amazing people, and first of all, I want to say a huge thank you to Mrs. Harrison and the ONRT team, colleagues, and Tanisha, who were with us since we started planning since May last year. We were meeting regularly since May last year to make this happen. So a huge thank you to them. I keep apologizing, like, I'm sorry, we're almost done. Please don't hate us at the end of this, because it's a lot. So I want to thank you ladies so much for all that you have done to make this happen, and for the Office of Children's Advocate, some of their employees who are also here volunteering, running around, doing all of the crazy things with me here today. So thank you so much to them. I also want to say thank you to the planning committee. The way that we do these forums is that it's not Free the Slaves, right? It's a collaborative effort with all stakeholders within the region. And so this year, the Regional Planning Committee developed the theme for the forum, developed the agenda for the forum, and helped us in identifying the speakers for this forum. So I want to say a huge thank you, and if you could just wave when I call your name, Dr. Jason Haynes. He's right here in front, and a lot of them are meeting for the first time. I feel like we've been talking for a year now, but I get to see you for the first time in person. So Dr. Jason Haynes, Murphy James, please. All right, Dr. Cherise Francis, she's the newest doctor on the block, so congratulations to her on getting her PhD recently. We have Miss Sandra Christie Brown from Jamaica herself, yes. We have Ms. Charmaine Gandhi Andrews from Trini also, another fellow Trini. We have Neil Bacchus from Guyana. We have Ms. Colleen Morris and Tamisha Udison and Diane Gordon Harrison from Jamaica. We have Ms. Renee Batiste, who is unable to make it, but she's from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have Lizette Reyes, who is also, I think she's coming in from tomorrow. And then we had also Ms. Ellsworth Chavez from Belize, They're not here, as well as Miss Christy Van der Wettering from Beyond Borders in Haiti. So we had, as you can imagine, there's a big group of people working with us to ensure all of this is happening. And I must say also a thank you to the Free the Slaves team, supported always by Kenny. We have Marie with us, Lauren, who is also with us, Brian, who I harass all day, every day. Brian is the photographer slash AV plus all of the things, and Adrian, who is also our Trini, our resident Trini, and Aline Gaju, who came all the way. She's from Rwanda, and she is here with us. She's our movement building coordinator. So as you can imagine, it's a team effort, right? It took a lot to get us here and to get us through here. And we're super excited for the next 3 days and all that is to come. So some quick housekeeping announcements. We will meet here each morning at 8:30 sharp, my Caribbean people. 8:30, because we have a packed schedule. We have a lot to cover, and I know we would not want to go too late into the evening. So if we can start on time, we can finish on time, right? So we will be here ready to start at 8:30 each morning. So we will be in this room. Our breakout room is right down the stairs, the William Gordon Suite, right down the stairs. And then we have the Belisario Suite, which is our secretariat / comfort room. It's a room, if you need a moment to just step away, to regroup, to take a quick call, we have that room available also. Okay, the bathrooms are right down the hallway. If you just pass the cafe, you go to the right, take a sharp left at the ATM machine, you're right there at the restrooms, okay? We will have our break right outside of this room, and lunch will be held right here at the table, okay? So just, make yourself comfortable. It's a lot of us, right? So remember I told you all we started planning since last May. So in last May, we were like, all right, we'll have about 60 people. Right, and then about a month or so ago, 2 months ago, it was like, yeah, we're over the 60. It's getting tight. So it's a little intimate in here. But bear with us, because as you can see, the hotel is extremely busy. So they couldn't put us in another room, so they're accommodating us, but it's a lot of us in what was supposed to be 60 people, right? We have over 80 people, more closer to 90 people that's supposed to be here over the next 3 days, plus so many more online. So thank you all for making me so proud, right? And we sell out the show, basically, is what we did. But, it's a little intimate, but we will make it work, right? We love each other, so it's not a big deal. We want to say thank you to our sponsors, Walk Free, ILO, the ALPS Foundation, and I'm forgetting one. Freedom Fund, the Freedom Fund. Our kind sponsors, they make this happen. They donate to this forum. As you can imagine, it takes a lot of money to get this stuff done. And so we want to say a huge thank you to them. But because of them, we have to ensure that we're doing things the right way. So we don't serve alcohol as part of our, not to say you're adults, right? You can take care of yourself, but we don't serve alcohol, and we ask that everyone be respectful of the standards that we want to keep as professionals within this space. We want to ensure that we respect each other. We have survivors in the midst who are, some of them may publicly identify as survivors, some may not. We never ask survivors to share their story. That's never, if a survivor is speaking at any forum, it's not because we have asked them to speak to tell their story. We invite them as professionals, as experts in this space. They may choose to tell their story, but it's never at our request. And that is a standard that we hold across the board throughout our organization. It is their story to tell in whatever way and in whatever format they choose to tell it, and we respect them in that way. And so we want to ensure that this is an open space for everyone, and that we respect each other. We may hear some things that we don't necessarily agree with, but we're going to respect each other over the next few days. Anyway, it wasn't meant for me to talk. I get a mic and I start talking a lot. So I just wrap this up to say, welcome. Thank you all so much for being here. We're going to have a fantastic few days. We're going to go now into, I see a sign in the back. Oh yes, sorry. You see, they're keeping me on sharp. So, because we have an intimate space, and we need every chair in the room, right? So I asked ladies, I know, you know, like to put your bag. I know in the Caribbean it's bad luck to put your bag on the ground, right? But that's why I was very specific, and I always say we need to have tables in every room so people can put their stuff on the tables. So we ask that if you don't leave your bags on the chair, so that we have, so when people coming in, they can seamlessly filter into the seats, because we need every single seat in the room, right? Because it's tight up in here. All right, so we're going to go now for our first break, and then we will come sharply back at 10, oh, we're a little late. All right, about 10 minutes past 10, we will come right back in. Brian, do you want to do the group pictures now?
Yes, I think that would be the best.
Should we do it inside here?
Yeah, let's just do everybody up on the stage. They'll have the banners on the side, and I'll take it from out here.
Okay, so before we go to the break, we want to take a group shot since everybody's looking so sharp and fresh first thing this morning. So we'll ask if everyone can come to the front so that we can take the group picture, and then we will go to our break.
I call those names because I want to bring home to this audience how old is this dastardly act of human trafficking on which we have come here to focus today, and to emphasize that history is relevant to our understanding of what is happening today. We have all grown up on the saying, those who don't learn from history are bound to repeat it. So yes, it was the transatlantic trafficking in enslaved Africans, which I will call from here on the TTA, and chattel enslavement that set the precedent for modern-day slavery and human trafficking. By pointing you to the age and gender profile of those trafficked in the historic period, I want to emphasize and reinforce how young and how old were some of the victims who were kidnapped and destined for a life of misery in the Americas. Then, as now, profits dictated the participation of mostly men in trafficking in persons. These particular ships, or slavers as we call them, that carried our African ancestors, were forced to disembark their captives in Sierra Leone and declare who were on board, which is why we know so much about them. Unlike the bulk shipped before those dates, as Britain, which had already legislated against the Trafficking Ban Act of 1807, tried to get others to do the same. Even so, despite that act, 32 slavers with a total of 6,453 captives were trafficked to the British colonized countries after 1808. Other colonizing countries like Portugal, Spain, and France, which trafficked Africans heavily to Haiti, which we call Haiti, carried right along. You can see from the slides that are going to the screen now, slides 2 to 5, that captives were destined for Brazil, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Hispaniola, most likely modern-day Dominican Republic. That some of the captives were allowed to proceed to the intended destinations, that others were called liberated Africans, meaning freed but still in servitude, but also that some were made to settle in Sierra Leone, as it was impossible to trace their relatives in their homeland, even if, as in some cases, they knew the port of embarkation in Africa. The scale of human trafficking today, admittedly, does not approach the scale of the TTA, but it is no less dastardly. In terms of the TTA, Josephine Corey estimates that 15.4 million Africans were kidnapped, sold to traffickers, made to endure storage in barracools, the Middle Passage journey, and plantation chattel enslavement in the Americas from around 1502 to 1888. Some think it was lower, others that it was no less than 30 to 200 million. In slide 6, Paul Lovejoy has estimated that just over 6 million were shipped out in the 18th century alone, with the three largest numbers and percentages from 1519 to 1867 going to Portuguese America, about 5.8 million,
British America minus North America, 3.2 million, and the Spanish Empire, 1.1 million. We may never know the exact figures, but this map illustrates the rapidity of the development of the trafficking by former colonial powers, and I think I should pause so you can see how it works. Just check the date and look at the ships flying across the Atlantic. As we come to the 18th century, soon, and it is not an exaggeration, and you see the widening of the destinations. This is not fiction, this is real. This was real. See how the Caribbean and Latin America and North America decreasing a bit as therefore people began to abolish trafficking. And the next slide serves as a reminder that young and old African or Creole, quote-unquote Negro, or mixed race, called mulatto, or quintroon if they were white enough in color, endured what we're now calling the Mangamese in Jamaica, and were not freed fully until the ending of the scam called apprenticeship system in 1838. It was actually part of the compensation plan. Whatever the figures, it is generally agreed that the TTA has no equal in the annals of modern history in terms of the scope and depth of suffering experienced by its victims, mostly at the hands of European traders and enslavers. That chattel enslavement was one of the most extreme forms of human bondage. That the ideologies of race and color that the slave system spawned in the 16th century that featured colonial societies built around notions of white supremacy and black inferiority continue to haunt human relations more than a century after abolition and emancipation. It has been deemed a crime against humanity for which reparatory justice is due. Yet the phenomenon of human trafficking persists in the modern societies. Smaller in scale, yes, but no more heinous and disruptive of the lives of victims and their families. It's as if we have not learned the lessons of the past. And so, yes, that's why I chose the title. It's truly old-time silting come up again. And if you're not a Jamaican native speaker, you have to ask someone next to you to translate. Judging by the reports out of Jamaica, my example, as published by the Jamaican Constabulary Force of its raids and investigations, and the reports of the Office of the National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons, in particular in the report Human Trafficking in Jamaica, a Clear and Present Danger, and I suspect that the same applies for all countries, it is equally difficult today as in the historic period to ascertain with complete accuracy the quantitative dimension of the trafficking. And you will no doubt deliberate on the reasons for that paucity of accurate data later on in the program and over the days you're going to be here. The region also seems to be used as a base from which other nationalities are trafficked, and non-Caribbean traffickers, for example, citizens of India, Honduras, and China, appear to also have been prosecuted, for example, by Jamaican authorities. For example, from 2019 to 2020, 5 female victims of sex trafficking and less than 5 male victims of labor trafficking, all Jamaican nationals, were identified. We also have some data from the US State Department and the ILO relating to the global scale. The 2004 Trafficking in Persons report published by the United States State Department identifies Jamaica as a country of origin and transit, primarily for sexual exploitation. The ILO estimated in 2001 that several hundred minors were involved in Jamaica's sex trade. Countries are placed in categories called tiers. In 2016, the Trafficking in Persons report listed 27 countries as Tier 3. Tier 3 countries are subjected to selected foreign assistance restrictions unless the President determines that such provisions of aid are in the USA's national interest. Overall, Colombia, Guyana, and Jamaica upgraded their tier rankings, whereas Haiti, St. Lucia, and Suriname fell in the rankings. And if you wonder why I'm saying Haiti, it was the Taino name, the indigenous people's name, which I insist on calling that country today, that country that is suffering so much. I think also upgrading was St. Lucia and Suriname. They fell in the rankings. Unlike the historic trafficking, where from kings and queens and chiefs and chieftainess and educated people to paupers were kidnapped and trafficked, the reasons connected trafficking today are well known to you. It's not kings and queens anymore. And the reasons stand out: poverty, and I should have added gender, lack of access to education, weakened family structures, early exposure to sexual activities, cultural norms, drug trafficking, and also the resultant domestic servitude. We heard some of that this morning about how a culture can develop into something else. And of course, this results also in forced labor. What is of great importance, though, is that countries like Jamaica have ratified the UN protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children. Now, each time the subjects of trafficking and reparation or compensation for harm to Caribbean people come up, advocates are asked, what about the Irish, the Indians, and Chinese indentured laborers? I'm not going to engage in a hierarchy of oppression that involves human suffering. Collectively, the people of the Caribbean have endured extreme systems of exploitation and sexploitation, and the CARICOM Reparations 10-point development plan is aimed at ensuring that any reparation that comes should be used for addressing all the harms of colonialism, indigenous genocide, African kidnapping and chattel enslavement, post-slavery brutality, and indentureship. And I hope you have listened carefully and you realize that I haven't used the word quote-unquote slaves. Historians have banned it, and I hope you will too. You need to put the blame where it belongs. People were enslaved, and that's what is the reality of our history and our present situation. All these are phases of colonialism and involve desmadification, as Rex Nettiford would say, and brutality. But only the TTA and chattel enslavement have been categorized as crimes against humanity and are the main focus of the reparation campaign. Modern-day slavery and human trafficking are punishable crimes, but are also not classified as chattel enslavement and crimes against humanity, although in some respects the ways in which victims are obtained and used mimic aspects of chattel enslavement. Victims are kidnapped, they lose their liberty, they are coerced using inhumane terms of control, subjected to forced labor and sexual exploitation, and they leave grieving families behind. But chattel slavery was for life. Laws were passed to render Africans or black people as non-humans. They even said that women did not need any medication because they are naturally immune to pain, and that continues today in some contexts. The status of chattel was passed on from generation to generation. Once your parents were enslaved, you couldn't be born unenslaved unless you were freed by the owner. So passed on from generation to generation. And while there were protests against the system, as we have protests today, enslavers or traffickers then were not rounded up and prosecuted and punished, except by the enslaved in wars of resistance, where if they catch one of them, God help them. The punishments for protests are unimaginable in the historic period. Dismemberment, execution by hanging, rape with impunity, forced swallowing of feces, and the list goes on and on and on and on, and it makes me sick as a historian. Every time I have to sit out at Kew in England and look at those records, because they never thought we could, as black people, read and write. But now we can go and see the evidence there. I don't have time to be detailed, but briefly, the labor systems that replaced chattel enslavement and even what preceded it was contract labor or indentureship. Now, I condemn the exploitative aspects of indentureship and modern-day slavery, but Indian indentured signed a contract. They could even renew the contract. So there was an end in sight for indentured contract people. And there were laws to protect them from exploitation if they complained to a person appointed to look after their welfare, the protector of Indians. The Irish indentures got land at the end of the contract. Some of them were called 10-acre men, and they accumulated these 10 acres when they were free, and they themselves became plantation owners and exploiters of black people, and Montserrat is an example of that. People are even named Irish in Montserrat. And some of them were, of course, overseers, but many owned land and became enslavers. Some Indians took cash or land in lieu of repatriation, and for a long time repatriation was paid for in full or in part. Rastafari still want reparation or repatriation all now. Nobody not help them. Indentureship then was not slavery, and it was not classified as a crime against humanity. But as I said before, I'm not engaging in a hierarchy of oppression. I'm just stating the historical facts so you can see what we categorize as a crime against humanity, but what was exploitative also and should be condemned today. Now, let's look at the impact of human trafficking. The impact in the historic period was horrific. So horrific that some of those being trafficked took their own lives rather than endure an uncertain fate. An example that many Jamaicans know is the case of the Zong. That ship from Ghana that reached Jamaica in 1781. After a very long journey, went off course, turned back, reached Tobago, turned back, and all of that, and eventually arrived December 1781. And from the ship, 10 people jumped to their death rather than be pushed overboard. And 122 children, women and men, were willfully drowned by the crew because they complained that they didn't have enough water And if the voyage failed, they couldn't claim insurance, but if they jettisoned cargo, then they could claim insurance, which they tried to do unsuccessfully, thank God. The impact today of modern day slavery is horrific also, and are so similar to those of the historic period. Now as then, mothers and fathers and other family are left to mourn, some forever. Because how many victims are ever returned to their families, even if found or freed from captivity? They also suffer psychological trauma and physical harm, and in the case of many Africans from anti-black racism, racial profiling, classism, poor economic status, landlessness, and intergenerational transmission of diseases that some call lifestyle diseases, like hypertension and type 2 diabetes. But if you're fed for hundreds of years, cane, sugar, and salted cod, what do you expect? The racial profiling and the trauma it brings follow those in the diaspora. Barbadian George Lamming, late George Lamming, who lived in the UK for many years, wrote of colonialism's psychic entanglement that is often beyond the understanding of a third-generation British citizen of Caribbean ancestry, whose relation to England is experienced as a racial assault that allows little space for a dialogue that will humanize the conflicts that arise from a perception of the other's difference. He said that the enduring legacy survives and that people hope no one notices them, because to notice them is to profile them. And the enduring memory of trauma has long been expressed in song by Jamaica's musical artists and other artists. In this verse from Slave Driver, the Honorable Robert Nesta Bob Marley wailed, "Every time I hear the crack of the whip, my blood runs cold. I remember on the slave ship how they brutalized the very souls. Today they say we are free, only to be chained in poverty. Slave driver, the table is turned." Well, not quite, but was aspirational. So here we are, brothers and sisters, in the struggle to end human trafficking and to understand its precedents and legacies. I greet, Honorable Minister, thank you for staying. I greet all the distinguished members of this audience, and I thank you for listening to me and for being here. I especially thank the Children's Advocate of Jamaica and National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons, Mrs. Diane Gordon Harrison, for inviting me to contribute to this event, as well as, honestly, I want to recall our late sister Betty Ann Blaine, who spent her life in the cause of children's rights. And I may be repeating what this assembly already knows, because you are more experts than I am in what's going on today. But I want to make some suggestions on what we can do today to address this scourge, or continue to do. And as I say this, I have to express the hope that what we heard on the news today will be different this evening on the news. I hope Akila Lewis is found. So what can we do? I have some suggestions. Teach history at all levels of our education system. History is not a compulsory subject in any of our schools in the Caribbean. This is a crime against humanity and our generation. We need to teach the horrors of trafficking and why it is a horrible example to follow in today's world. We have to understand the roots of where we are today. I want us to intensify the efforts to catch perpetrators, continue the efforts to punish appropriately the perpetrators when they are caught. Overall, develop our region or various underdeveloped countries so that the alternatives to crime are placed in front of people, and intensify the demand for reparatory justice using the CRC's 10-point plan as a way to advance the development of countries left scarred and underdeveloped by human traffickers who set the example for modern-day traffickers. And speaking of reparations, let me point you to this slide from the Brattle Report, which provides an idea of what the region is demanding for the historic trafficking. And you may be wondering what that blue and yellow represents. Is the percentage of national income. I'm looking at Mia, who explains this to me since my maths is terrible. What they owe in reparation versus their income, their GDP. Yes, thank you, Mia. And continuing with what we can do today, let us increase incentives for workers, intensify our rehabilitation of victims and perpetrators, and continue to publicize the horror victims who are rescued encounter. And borrowing from our rapporteur, do not allow paradise to become a place of pain. Copyright that time. And finally, I want us to build public sites of memory like these you're going to see for those whom we have lost. Because even if we don't find them, we know their names, or sometimes we know that they did not survive. And so we have samples in our own country. Appleton Estate, at the urging of the Center for Reparation Research under my watch, built a monument to those people who were there before the rum tour became popular. They built that place. And I'm happy that a corporate entity listened to history and did the right thing. And the winner of the competition for that monument was actually a very young teacher from Glenmere High School, Clapper. And Montego Bay has this monument to the victims of the war led by Sam Sharp, the Final Emancipation War. And at the UN in New York, as we know, there's less to forget. And in Guyana, we have a monument to the 1823 war. If we don't put in place these memorial sites, and this one is by Toni Morrison in her Bench by the Road project, to remember. If we do not, then the pain and loss captured in Toni Morrison's remarks at the launch of her Bench by the Road project, a memorial history and community outreach initiative of the Toni Morrison Society, will continue to haunt us. There's no place you or I can go to think about or not to think about, to summon the presences of or recollect the absence of enslaved people. Nothing that reminds us of the ones who made the journey and of those who did not make it. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And may I say hello everyone and welcome. And I'm going to do the honorary tradition and say all protocols observed, please, so that I don't spend the time. I know that we're very pushed in respect of times, and of course a special acknowledgement, Minister. So thank you for being here. So first of all, I'm going to introduce, we have a hybrid today when it comes to our panel members. So I'm going to first introduce Dr. Cherise Francis, who's going to join us on stage. And we have Adriana Oropeza from UNODC, who's joining us. And we also have Mr. Oliver Prophet from IOM Caribbean joining us online. So hello and welcome to our online participants. Can you hear
Hello,
us?
thank you. Yes, I can. Thank you. Good day, everyone.
She's online, but okay, yes.
Good morning, Adriana.
Hi there.
Wonderful. So we are going to begin. I'm going to begin with Sharice in the room, and I'm going to say Sharice and I go back a little while, since 2018, and she has in fact completed her PhD, so congratulations again. And it is specifically in the area looking at the legalities, but also the culture, history and discourses surrounding anti-trafficking in the Anglophone Caribbean, and that's completed in Warwick. And I'm going to say this, with no corrections. That deserves I'm so proud, so proud. So she was originally from Barbados, although she now considers herself to be an educator and researcher of the region, I'm going to say. And she completed, she started in law, didn't like being a lawyer, as she explained to me. She said she didn't think it was really for her. And then she pursued a career around human rights through academia and also volunteering. And after her master's, she spent a short time as an intern at the United Nations Office for Barbados, and then she's travelled throughout the region, worked in Belize, and so forth. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask Sharice to present her paper to us today. And what I'm going to ask the audience to do is that if we can wait until all of the speakers have completed theirs, note down your questions. You've been given a lovely folder with some notepaper and a pen, and then we'll have a Q&A session just after this. Okay? Thank you so much. Sharice?
So, good morning everyone. Protocols being established, I'll go with. And I thought that we would do this a little more interactively and answer some questions that were asked rather than presenting a full formal paper, because I think the questions that you've brought forth prior to this would be more important in getting the information out. Let me just say that my comments, my remarks, whatever I say, will be first said as a child of the sunshine, a Caribbeanist, then they will be said as a researcher, and very lastly as a lawyer, because I did not enjoy that, as you heard. So the first question that I thought I would look to or answer would be thinking about if the current methods of data collection and analysis in the Caribbean actually are adequate to combat trafficking. Short answer, no. Wow, do you want to come give this talk for me? So what has happened in the Caribbean as it relates to data is that as we're measuring, I have identified about 3 major sources that collate data globally on anti-trafficking. The first one I'll mention is the Global Slavery Index, because one of the co-writers is here as our MC today. Unfortunately, that particular method or mechanism doesn't even measure the Caribbean. We would fall under what would be considered the Americas, but we are not measured or captured as a region, which is a problem. The second one that I would mention would be the UNODC in their GLOTIT report that they produce every few years. The Caribbean does feature marginally because we fall under North America, Central America, and the Caribbean region. The challenge with that, though, is that as a region, our cultural nuances, the things that come forth for us, that manifest throughout trafficking, are not captured within these reports. So we heard this morning about instances of familial trafficking. The global monitoring mechanisms would never be able to understand what it means when somebody goes from Kaitour, not from Kaitour, but goes from back down, or goes from Essequibo, and this is Guyana now, sorry, and is sent to Kingston, not Kingston, getting my countries confused, Georgetown, I promise I know all of this. They're the kids, I know, but they're sent to a more prominent family member. They don't understand what happens with that child, and it's not captured within that data. Thirdly, is what most of us rely on as practitioners in the field, because it's all we have right now, which is the US TIP report. That's what we look to. The US TIP report numbers does measure each of the Caribbean countries, but it measures according to what the US calls the 4 Ps. So prosecution, protection, prevention, partnership. That too does not capture our realities. As I analyze the numbers that come across from the Caribbean in terms of these reports, one of the things that TIP report does capture is victims, for example. And the way that victims is classed, or has been classed in the region, is as according to the government, or what has been reported by the government. That is problematic because in the Caribbean, we don't have the resources, or the many resources, to be able to track those numbers. Following data on trafficking in the Caribbean is willing yourself to fall down a rabbit hole that has no end. I know because I did it. What has happened is that in order to be able to capture that data, the governments have unfortunately been pigeonholed into, for example, putting possible victims or potential victims. These are people that they might have identified, but haven't really confirmed according to the definition that they're using. But because we need to report something, that's been given. All of this is an issue for researchers and for people working in the field, because if we don't report something, there are several things that could happen to us. One, development aid could be pulled. You heard about that just now. And it actually has happened almost to a Caribbean country, because in 2018, the President Trump actually decided that he was going to threaten to issue a presidential memorandum saying that Belize would not get aid the next year if they didn't comply. So we're put in a harsh space. So adequate, not enough. It's not enough. Internally then, there's a problem there, because we're not comfortable with the way that we define data or what data looks like. Each of the legislations in the Caribbean does say specifically who should capture data and how. Guyana actually says it needs to be names of persons who are victimized, it needs to be number of cases, year of cases, reporting what happened, and a number of other things. But we're not able to follow this because we don't have the resources. When you're asking a police unit of 6 people to also do investigations and track data and to write it down, it's not going to happen. So no, not enough data. Legislation is there, we don't have the resources. My second question to answer was, what does data tell us about the characters involved in trafficking? And characters is a term that I use in my research because I really do think that trafficking is a storyline sometimes. So I identify traffickers, I identify characters in 3 things: the innocent victim, the heroic rescuer, which is the police or law enforcement or NGOs or any of us well-meaning people in the room, and also the faceless trafficker. Data, globally, wants to tell us that trafficked persons are usually female, innocent, usually foreign. Those are the faces that are usually put to it and the faces that we see on billboards in all kinds of campaigns. In the Caribbean, that might not be so. Again, people who are trafficked, familial trafficking, when it comes to, in Belize, cases of Fichera, you can ask me about these things after, their cultural practices. Fichera in Belize, Kaimuns in Guyana. But the data is not able to establish how people fit into those neat boxes. So it's not there for us. It also wants to tell us that a trafficker is a faceless illusion. If you try to follow data in the Caribbean on trafficking, or globally rather on trafficking, you want to see a male perpetrator. The language is male averse. However, in the Caribbean, working in Belize in the court, most of the traffickers that we've actually seen prosecuted are female. Female women, family women with children who themselves might have been brought into trafficking. So if you try to follow the global data, it's not going to work in the Caribbean. Then we come to the heroic rescuer. Most times, the legislation tells us, and data tells us, globally, that trafficking should be handled by the national governments first of all. Usually by policymakers writing the legislation and then police officers enforcing it. What's the problem in the Caribbean? We not trust Babylon. So what's going to happen? When you go to the public and you ask a person, because trafficking is clandestine, you ask a member of the public, have they seen any trafficking? Do they know anything about trafficking? Even if they do, they're not telling you if you represent a police officer. So that leads me to my next question about how we think about data. We've got to start thinking creatively. Thinking about data not only being those written ideas about who has checked the tick boxes of the definition of data or definition of victim according to crime, but think about that anecdotal data, those anecdotal stories. What is it you hear when you're walking in your community? What is it that somebody, a friend of a friend, told you? In the Caribbean, we're an oral people. All of you know this. We can talk for days. Ask us to write an essay, we will write it, but it's not our first method of communication. And our oral stories have always been more positive. So I'm not suggesting that in any way we leave aside that recording or that actual collection of numbers, but I'm suggesting that we do more. We expand who we consider to be knowledge contributors. We look at the people in the field. For example, as I was working in another one of the Caribbean countries, we know that sex work is happening. We know that we have autonomous sex workers. But we're not willing as practitioners to engage or endorse the knowledge, the information that sex workers are giving us about what's happening on the ground in order to further our actual efforts. That might be something we might need to do. Why? Because again, it's not going to cost us more money. These are people who have lived experiences and are willing to contribute information. How we analyze it and how we fit it into the box according to our work and according to the scientific methods that we then use as practitioners is up to us. But that information is data, and it is important, and it's easier to follow than some of the other matrices that we've been using. So the very last thing then that I will say is about recommendations. Again, we need to be creative. We need to think about the creative ways to collect the data, but also to present the data. And I'll use an example from Jamaica. When I was looking for research for my PhD thesis, I went to the Office of the National Rapporteur for Jamaica, because it's one of the it's actually the only Caribbean country I can think about that has an office of this form. And on their site is a library, and it has wonderful publications. You have one of them in your booklet, and it actually gives descriptions and data, information in a narrative form about what trafficking looks like in Jamaica. It presents the cases, but it also gives narrative in a way that any Caribbean person, and any other person really, can pick it up and understand. And I think that that's more powerful than the numbers that are presented. So with that, I will sit and I will hand over to our moderator. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. To the point, as I expected, and I'm just going to ask us to consider, as we think about, just before we move on to our next speakers, we think about the questions you might want to consider later on, specifically about culturally the way in which we actually collect data, and looking at the fact that we have resource challenges in many of the Caribbean islands, certainly, as to how we're able to collect that data. But I'm also just thinking back, and I know many of you will be sitting here thinking, the English accent, where's she from? Actually, I was born in Nevis. So I'm part of St Kitts and Nevis, so yes, educated in the UK, hence why we're keeping this accent going. But I'm sure that if I'm here long enough, I will revert. So I'm positive about that. As I said, my parents brought me up to England, dragged me screaming at age 6, so I didn't have any choice as a minor. I'm not suggesting there was any trafficking involved at that stage, but I'm going to say that I'm back in the region now, and having had some experience certainly as a barrister in the UK and working from a prosecution element of this, when I dealt with those kind of cases, we didn't have a lot of this data available because the persons involved just wouldn't speak. And dealing sometimes when you spoke to the victims, a lot of them, especially when they were younger, didn't see themselves as being a victim. And so the challenges of data is effectively, it's made even more difficult for us here to really look at how do we now go ahead and make or create a greater awareness, and also to help those younger people understand the position that they're in. And we've heard mention of that familial trafficking. So, without further ado, I'm going to move on to our next speaker. So, I'm going to invite Adriana Oropeza, who is a Mexican economist with over 28 years of experience in shaping public policies using statistical and geographical information, and working with implementation through partnerships with key institutions and sectors. She's a coordinator of the UNODC, which is United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and that she is tasked with enhancing the institutional capacities in Latin America and the Caribbean to bolster the generation of statistical information on government, crime, victimization and justice. Now, I know she's had a long history in her bios there. For the past 15 years, she served as an advisor, so she is in a very strong position and brings a wealth of experience as a generalist, having navigated a number of diverse sectors and disciplines. So I would like to welcome Ms. Oropeza to join us. Thank you so much, Adriana.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the opportunity to share with you a little bit of the work that UNODC as an agency, and specifically a very brand new area of activities that we are developing in the Center of Excellence together with our office in Panama. So I'm gonna build up a little bit on the participation of our previous colleague, and maybe you're gonna be a bit, I think I'm gonna begin by disappointing you in terms of when we were invited to participate in the panel, we were expected to demystify what we can find on trafficking in persons in the region, and especially in the Caribbean. And I think I'm gonna begin by disappointing you in terms of, I'm not sure if the numbers we have already, we can use them to demystify. I think we can say that we have initial numbers based on a very strong collection process, but a very difficult one, and our colleague previously mentioned a little bit of the conditions that are stressing or not being able to let us have a more statistical capacity in the region. So first of all, I would like to say, I'm going to show you the latest report we have published in UNODC, and you mentioned previously, Cherise. It's from 2022, but the data are coming from 2021. And if you look to the trends, it's basically after the pandemics. So someone might say they're quite old numbers. But I have to say the center has been helping and supporting the collection of these data sets last year and years before. And for example, from 33 countries in the region, we collected last year to have the numbers of 2022, we have 21 countries in the region. But the exercise we are conducting now, and we're trying to finish the collection cycle for 2023, we only have 15. And we are just about to begin in the data collection cycle for 2024. So that collection cycle involves a lot of resources from our headquarters in Vienna, but also from a lot of resources trying to coordinate different agencies and institutions in each country. And sometimes we face also that we change our colleagues, so we don't have the same focal points through the collection cycle, that our colleagues may change from one year to another year. So it takes some time to identify who is the new focal point, who can give us or provide us the information, and then initiate a process of collecting the data, validating the data, and constructing the reports. So our report is expected to be published at the end of the year, in the third quarter of this year. So we're going to still have a little bit of time to see the numbers. So just to give you, and I'm not sure if I'm disappointing already, but just to set the scene a little bit on what are the lessons we have learned also from the data collection side. And just wait for me at the end, because I'll try to excite you a little bit with new tools and new things that we might that we are doing, especially now in Costa Rica as a new activity in the center, but also that we might expect together with some colleagues in our regional office to scale up and bring up other countries together with us. So just to begin a little bit with the numbers, and as they have been mentioning, the phenomenon of trafficking in person doesn't behave the same in every part of the world. And I think even though we have I wouldn't say a complete set of data for the report, it gives us some highlights of the things that are performing differently around the globe. So in this graph, which is what the purpose of the slide is to give us an idea of who and in which kind of forms of exploitation the phenomenon is happening. And just from this very global slide, even if it's kind of very basic and very graphic, then you can see that there are some differences. So for example, North America would be more focused on trafficking of women in sexual exploitation, but less, we don't find in the data, at least in the proportions, to be minor. But for example, if we move a little bit to South America, then we begin to see that the forced labor is another phenomena, and it behaves differently, including men, specifically for the purpose of forced labor. And then we can see when we go to Western and Southern Europe that the data begin to give us a different perspective of a more complex phenomena, including kids, including boys and girls. When we move to the percentages in terms of sexual exploitation, then again, we are beginning to face, and the data we have, they begin to give us a more granular perspective, even if we're missing a lot of information from different countries. Then when we move and we zoom in for the trafficking for sexual exploitation, then we are beginning to see that it appears different populations. So we need to focus and to manage different interventions so we can actually address the different populations that are being affected with this. When we move, for example, and comparing where does this happen, where does the phenomena happens, then we begin also to see that it happens in different places. For example, in Southern and Western Europe, the exploitation may happen in the outdoors, in the streets. But for example, when the data we have for South America, and again, we have to put it together because we have a little bit of data. So sometimes it doesn't make sense to put a more regional focus. But whenever we go, for example, to South America, including Central America and the Caribbean, then we find that that the phenomena may happen in public places, but indoors, like 2/3 comparing to 1/3 happening in private or hidden venues. But if you see, for example, and again, let me go back to Europe, it has another percentage of performing the phenomena in outdoors venues. When we go to the detected victims, and I have to say, when we are receiving the data from different countries, even in the center we don't validate, but sometimes we give a look and we share some experience with our colleagues in Vienna. What does it mean detected? It's because there was someone calling to the police. For example, in Costa Rica, now they are working with the 9/11 emergency services, trying to open a specific line to give attention to possible cases of trafficking in persons. So what does it mean detected? It's detected because some agency, some ministry, some kind of police body received a notification, and then they went and see what happened. If that's the case in the prosecution, does that case or that notification arrive to the prosecution authorities? There was an investigation. So sometimes it's not that clear when the countries report, and sometimes we find that there are some kind of let's say or inconsistencies around the numbers. So even though we're facing those kind of let's say conceptual challenges or reporting challenges, when our colleagues in Vienna validate these data sets, what they are finding is that we are behaving in a different way, even let's say in the region, or among the regions that we integrate, let's say the Americas. So for example, when we see the Central American, the Caribbean, and I think one of the people that intervened before, they were mentioning, for example, that it might not be the case that we are following the pattern of women being exploited for sexual purposes. So if you see, for example, in Central America, when we see the numbers for forced labor, then we see that men and boys and girls, they have a different way of behaving. For example, South America has a broader participation of men being trafficked for forced labor. But as you can see, the comparisons between the regions, Central America, then comes the numbers. And then I have to be very clear as well, because sometimes it could be the proportion of men being trafficked for forced labor be greater for forced labor, but sometimes the numbers can be smaller compared to the amount of women being trafficked for sexual exploitation. So we have to be careful a little bit what the numbers are telling for us. But then we have the conviction rates. And again, this slide, what it tries to build is a general overview of what happens in the global report based on the global report based on the data collection on different countries. And then we more or less can see some of the, let's say, the global trend for the Americas, that it's more male focused, and then women like 2/3 to 1/3. Central Europe, it's more or less the same. Africa is more or less the same. But for example, Eastern Europe and Central Asia then is more women being convicted, and South Asia becomes kind of 50-50. The data we have, it doesn't give us let's say the conceptual granularity to understand more specific patterns, but still they give us a little bit of the idea of what is happening. When we go to the conviction rates, more or less the regions behave very slow, and we know it's very difficult to unhide, to unveil the trafficking in person phenomena, and it's even sometimes more difficult to have a, let's say, a successful conviction process. And just let me just change a little bit the rhythm and the conversation till now. So till now I have been disappointing, just trying to make sure we have a little bit of the understanding of what are the numbers telling. It was not the idea to bring a detailed presentation of the numbers, because the report has been out for a long time now, but it was more to give you the sense of what we can do, but also the challenges in terms of the collection. And now let me give you only 3 slides on our mandate, specifically on the center, but also on available tools and ongoing activities that may help to unveil or to produce or to strengthen more capacities. The center, we have been established since 2011, and since then we have been building, and our mandate is basically to strengthen capacities in the region. So we basically have been doing victimization service in the region, ongoing. More or less 13 countries have been partially or totally aligned with the initiative. We call it VICLAC, the Victimization Initiative in Latin America. We have been also helping or supporting countries to adapt the international classification for crimes for statistical purposes. And we have been developing some innovative methodologies, trying to use, for example, artificial intelligence with existing databases. I'm not going to go into the details. Just to give you again a broad map of what we are doing, we are working now with Dominicana and Ecuador to pilot a femicide framework, and we have some ongoing projects. But let me go to 2 specific tools I would like to address here, and also based on what Travis was saying, we need the data, but we don't have the capacities. So, for example, we have the classification for crime for statistical purposes, and we can help and support countries trying to adapt in terms of different institutions. What the classification brings is a standardized tool that can help different ministries and different government agencies to understand and to have like a common language among themselves, because it's not based on a legal frameworks, because legal frameworks might change over time, but also they change from country to country. So it's based on behaviors, and they describe the crimes and the people involved or being aggressors or victims. And one of the latest tools that we have with our colleagues from IOM, it's an international classification standard specifically for administrative or records or data on trafficking in persons. We published it last year, and I think this is a real powerful tool that we have a lot of room to implement it in the region. And this year, even though in the center we have never before done something on trafficking in persons, our regional office in Panama invited to a shared project with IOM and UN Women, and we decided that it was based on the experience we have on the former classification on crime, and because the tip is just like a detailed one for a tip, we decided to involve in a project in Costa Rica trying to build and to improve 500 registers on trafficking in persons. So we made a quality assessment of the data they have, and we're trying to move forward into a structured, consistent database. So I think I'm gonna end here, just leaving you with a sense that there are some tools, that we have some teams that might work with countries helping and supporting, and that we will be very happy to study possible shared activities for the future time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adriana. So thank you very much. I know that that's a lot of statistics coming in from certainly from Latin America, and I think it just really reinforces the fact that there's very little data about this region in that respect, and we really need to sort of, if I say, step up our game in doing that. So I'm going to move on very swiftly now to our next speaker, Mr. Oliver Prophet. And he's a National Project Officer with the International Organization for Migration, based in the Guyana office. He has a number of years of experience in counter trafficking in persons. Also part of the IOM's Caribbean coordination team, and serves as one of the focal points in the Caribbean on multiple protection and other migration-related issues, including trafficking of persons. And he has also managed, between 2019 and 2021, a US-funded counter-trafficking in persons project to support the work of the Guyanese government. He has a host of experience. He has a host of experience previous to that. I shan't go through that, Oliver, and I shall ask you to, and I'm going to be really strict now, forgive me, on time, and ask you to give your presentation, because I want to leave an opportunity for a number of questions that may be asked as a result on the panel. Thank you so much. Could I ask you to welcome Mr. Oliver?
Thank you, everyone. I feel welcomed. Thank you, Madam Moderator, Sandria. I'm grateful for Free the Slaves and the government of Jamaica for allowing us the opportunity to address this forum. And I wish I could be there in person, unfortunately. Not possible at this time. I was trying to live vicariously through Adrienne earlier, but that doesn't allow me to taste the rice and peas, but next time. So being in and from Guyana, I want to mention that I appreciate the colleagues that went before. One, the UNODC presentation, which is one of the real data sources in the Caribbean, indeed. And Dr. Francis earlier mentioned the US State Report, another source of information. And I appreciate Dr. Francis and the resource constraints for Guyana that she mentioned, me being here and from here. So just like she did, I wanted to look at some questions that we can try to respond to. It's more of a discussion on data than a presentation of data. The first question is, what migration data trends or data and trends may have a bearing on the issue of trafficking in persons in the Caribbean? So off the top, I want to mention that IOM we are guided a lot by the Global Compact on safe, orderly, and regular migration. So because of its benefits, we promote, and the GCM, short for the Global Compact, promotes regular migration. And of course, in the Caribbean, we have some agreements such as the Caribbean Single Market Economy, the Eastern Caribbean Economic Union, and others, which are good practice tools that facilitate regular migration. And this is important because it increases the likelihood that migration is voluntary rather than forced, which in turn increases the likelihood that migration is regular as opposed to irregular. And of course, with irregular migration, there are additional vulnerabilities that come with it. So recently we crafted a strategy for the Caribbean, for IOM, and in so doing, we looked at some studies and noted that the Caribbean was characterized by immigration, demonstrated by a net negative migration rate in most Caribbean countries. And in 2020, approximately 9 million Caribbean migrants were residing abroad out of their countries, of which 90% of those had moved outside of the Caribbean. So it was noted also that these immigrants comprise mostly of adults within the working and reproductive ages, and women were the larger proportion of those migrants from the region, except in the case of Haiti. Now, we also noticed that there was a lot of intra-regional migration that's increasing, and this is by 2020 estimates. And this migration was toward countries with stronger economies and labor opportunities, which we could understand. So we must note as well, though, we just talked about the irregular migration and those vulnerabilities that come with it. But even with regular migration, voluntary migration, those movement for opportunities, the traffickers will also see the opportunities to kind of weave their pseudo opportunities in there, which can attract anyone. So coming back to the notion of anybody can be a victim of trafficking. Now, notable also is that the Caribbean has dealt with a lot of issues that would affect migration, youth unemployment, the reliance on tourism, limited economic opportunities, violence, gender-based violence, even climate change. So these things definitely impact migration. And climate change, I know Free the Slaves is looking to work on climate change and its interlinkage with trafficking in persons. And we also look to be a part of that kind of work. So it's interesting to look at that. I'm sure you would have felt yourselves the place getting hotter. Every time on my computer, I see a mark saying the hottest temperature ever for this date in history. So we see it happening ourselves. And then if these things continue to happen, some slow onset environmental degradation happens, the weather changes happen, it can be a case where we are forced to move. Now, in Guyana, we had a training course and somebody said, in our culture, when we face these flooding and so on, we don't move. We stay where we are, and we just hold on there until the disaster is over and we continue. But sometimes we don't have that option. So when we're forced to move, it can bring up all kinds of vulnerabilities. And this is what we're seeing happen in the Caribbean as well. So we also want to mention that in the Caribbean, a study showed that the Caribbean was home, this is 2020 again, 1.7 million migrants, 4% of the Caribbean population. And in Antigua and Barbuda, that was the highest percentage of those with 30%. And in Aruba, Curacao, Guyana, and Trinidad and Tobago, a large share of these were Venezuelan migrants, where we also saw some high movements of Haitian and Cuban migrants in many Caribbean countries. So one thing we always promote at IOM, migration itself is not an issue, but if it's not orderly, not well managed, it can become an issue. And then it can, as it becomes an issue, it can then bleed into other things such as trafficking in persons and so on. So regarding trafficking in persons specifically, some data and trends there. Once again, the data is sorely lacking. As Sandria mentioned, our moderator, we need to step our game up. And that same UNODC study that Adriana presented on mentioned that in 2022, there was a 36% decrease in victim identification in the region as compared with 2019. And then in convictions in 2020, compared to 2017, reduced by 61%. So that's something we need to work on, look at more closely. Last year, IOM contributed to a CARICOM-led operation, CARISICA, and this included a number of other agencies, some of which are in the room with you, This operation saw the arrest of more than 170 persons, the rescue of 60 victims of trafficking, including 9 minors, and 400 migrants in vulnerable situations. This was in 25 countries, 19 of which were in Caribbean, and the other 6 in Central America. So these operations show that it's happening, this issue is happening, and if only one operation or one series of operations unearthed all of that information, we could imagine what the scope of it really is. So what we've seen in the actual cases as well, some of the colleagues shared with us, for instance, that they've noticed the existence of networks that traffic Colombian, Venezuelan, and Dominican women for sex work in the Caribbean, and a trend of Dominican women, nationals of the Republic of Dominican Republic, in the Netherlands and the countries of the Southern Cone. So in some of those cases, and also in the cases we have seen nationally, for instance, we've noticed operation of brothels, but brothel owners claiming to be unaware of what's happening in the rooms, so kind of creating their defense, so to speak. We've seen victims being housed in inhumane conditions. We've seen even in COVID-19 pandemic, we saw changes where there were home services offered where they couldn't offer the usual location services. And there are other things that we could mention. We talk about threats to persons based on their vulnerabilities and so on. So we have data, some information on trends, but more is needed. We talked about earlier irregular migration and the vulnerabilities it causes. Well, this can also have an impact on data. How? Well, generally, migrants in an irregular situation, they either have less access to protection, or traffickers in many cases threaten them that they won't have this access. Therefore, many victims might not file a complaint because they feel if they contact the authorities, they could be expelled from the country due to their irregular status. Obviously, this has an impact on the data because the cases exist, but lack of numbers are due to the lack of the reports. The case is not reaching the authorities. So lack of data means less information for evidence-based decision-making on prevention, protection, prosecution. So this shows again the importance of data. Now, what data research tools or related tools do IOM employ and can help Caribbean policymakers? Well, we have this thing called the CTDC, that's the Counter-Trafficking Data Collaborative, It's the first global data hub providing interactive maps and process data on human trafficking. So the goal there is to break down information sharing barriers. It is a global tool that can be found at the CTDC website, ctdatacollaborative.org. So the challenge now is to have more Caribbean data on trafficking in persons on this platform. We also have something called Mimosa, which is a migrant management operational system application, which has a counter-trafficking module that helps us internally to look at our direct assistance, movement and reintegration of victims, and so on. And then we have MIDAS, which is our migrant information data analysis system, where there's a cost-effective, user-friendly, and fully customizable border management system that governments can use. It has been used in Trinidad and Tobago, in Haiti, and other countries. And this can process, collect, analyze, and store traveler information in real time. I could facilitate information sharing, permit issuance, and it gives full ownership to the government who's using it, so it can help in managing migration and reducing some of the vulnerabilities that we want to avoid that can lead to trafficking in persons. And then we have the displacement tracking matrix, not a census, but as a sampling tool where we can gather, analyze data to disseminate critical multi-layered information on the mobility, vulnerabilities, and needs of displaced and mobile populations. So we have used this tool in spots, but it can help in terms of our goal to have some more Caribbean-wide data. But once again, it's more of a sampling tool. So finally, how can the data now be more used effectively, or more effectively, to enhance counter-trafficking efforts in the Caribbean? Well, once again, the GCM, the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, it has 23 objectives. The first one happens to be data. Now, these objectives aren't in some kind of order, but it might not be a coincidence that data is first. It shows the importance. One point that we really want to note is information sharing mechanisms, using the opportunity to build those, we have seen attempts in the past to have these done in the region, but we want to promote and encourage mechanisms that are more sustainable and that can provide the data needed for crafting evidence-based responses at a regional level, where all parties are involved. Information is shared at a level that is necessary. And standardization of data where possible. Otherwise, it's difficult to make comparisons among the data that we receive. And lastly, data protection. So data protection, we heard some notes earlier on the Guyana legislation. Most of the Caribbean legislation has something on confidentiality. This data unprotected can compromise an investigation. It can have an impact on the victim's safety, stigma that the victim has to face. So any information data system needs to be ensuring that the available information is only on a need-to-know basis. So data anonymization must be practiced. It's one that's practiced by the Counter-Trafficking Data Collaborative mentioned earlier. And it's, like I said, covered in most legislation in the Caribbean. So there are some points we wanted to focus on. Of course, we want to also improve capacity to collect and analyze data in order for all the other things to work. So I think we can leave it there for the sake of time. And we thank you very much for listening. And we hope to be working with you going forward to address some of our data needs on this subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Oliver. And I'm going to open questions to the room if there are any. Please feel free to raise your hand. If not, I can start off with asking a question of our panelists. And I'll let you all think about this, let it mull in your mind, and lots of information that's come through today. And clearly that there are challenges. So I'd like to ask each of our panel members, what were, if I was to ask you the top 3 significant challenges that you faced with regards to your research and your work, particularly around data, obtaining of data from the Caribbean region in relation to trafficking in persons. And I'm going to go to the person in the room first. So I'm going to start with Sharice to ask her about hers, and then I will then go to you, Oliver, and Adriana. Thank you.
Sure, thank you so much for that. So my top 3, the first one would be the access. So Oliver just mentioned quite a number of data and tools. One of the challenges that I had and that I've found with other colleagues who are working in the fields, even though these tools might be there, they're difficult to access for anybody, even people working in the field. The second one would be the way that we're categorized. Again, we are often subsumed within the Americas or Latin America or Central America. When you're trying to find data, it's really challenging to unpick us from the rest. For example, as I was doing some research, I counted that the US was funding about 115 trafficking projects around the world at one point. There were 16 listed for the Latin America and the Caribbean region. Of those 16, there were 2 in the Caribbean. And of those 2, there was only 1 in the English-speaking Caribbean. And that one was coming to an end. And that was one of the very few cases where I could do that dissection. And doing that dissection also tells us a lot about money. Because we're collated within these larger groups, a lot of the money for anti-trafficking, capacity building, all these things doesn't flow our way. Because if funders, governments, organizations can't see that there's a need there because there's not data or information, they're not sending the money. But we can't give them the data or information if we don't have the money. So it's a self-perpetuating cycle. The next thing I would say is, this has to do with classification, but it's more about where or what parts of trafficking we follow, or how we classify trafficking. Most of the data that is out there on the Caribbean region as it relates to any kind of trafficking is one of 2 things. It's data on sex trafficking specifically, and a lot of information, well, not a lot, but some information has come, for example, on Guyana and Jamaica as it relates to sex work, sex trafficking and prostitution, collating those things. Or it is data as it relates to legislation and laws. There's a lot of research on our legislative modifications. But those things, while a part of it, are not the whole story. So those are my 3.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Louise. I'm going to ask, next I'm going to ask, Adriana looks like she's writing away. So I'm going to ask Oliver, what challenges have you encountered? And I'm so cheeky enough to ask, so your organisation with all these wonderful tools, can it now be extended to the Caribbean? Is there financing available to bring it across the region so that we can make sure that we have access to those particular tools and also support to obtain the data in question? I'm throwing two questions at you there, by the way, so I'll give you a moment.
No worries. Thank you very much. So, yes, they are accessible. So, for instance, the one Midas, the border management tool, that has been accessed by a couple of countries. Um, it does call for some funding, but there can be projects developed around that. It is presented or promoted as more affordable than, for instance, the private sector alternatives. So that definitely can be afforded, or it can be we can work on that solution for some countries. In terms of DTM, that also, of course, has a cost in attached. You will need enumerators and some survey work being done. This also is something that, and of course, all of these tools are done to support governments. So that, for instance, can be requested, and then it can be tailored to what the government requires. Same thing for Midas. That can, even though it's a system or like a database information management system, it can be tailored to the requirements of government. The other one being the CTDC. While I haven't used that as much, that is something that also can be used and is, I believe, free of cost, can be used by many, and not only governments, but different sources can go to our website and access how to submit information to it. So then the website now can use that information to bring about analysis and so on that can help us with decision making and procedure development or policy development. But when it comes to the other question about the three issues with data collection, so I might focus more on Guyana being here, and I agree with Dr. Francis's comments earlier. I'll try my best not to go over them, but one thing is assessment fatigue. So, you may have missions to the regions trying to get, let's say, direct information from migrants, but when many different agencies continue to do this, of course, it can become a bit fatiguing. It can impact the willingness to share information. So there's a need there for the collaboration to make sure that the missions are not done in a silo. We work together. We try to have objectives that are meshed with each other, so that you're likely to get more strong information from those outreaches. Another thing in Guyana is the geographic expanse of the country. So it's pretty expensive to get around the country, to get to the remote areas, the interior regions. So to try to get a full grasp of what's happening, even to detect and identify cases of trafficking in persons, it's be difficult because of the expanse. So getting data there, the challenge is there. Of course, there are things being done. The government has this trafficking in persons task force, trafficking in persons units that work on these things. We have Neil in the audience, who has been on many of those missions, but the challenges still exist. And then lastly, porous borders. Of course, there are the regular immigration ports, but then the porous borders make it difficult to really track every migration movement. So you might have a case where persons enter Guyana through regular routes, but then leave Guyana through irregular routes, so there's a gap in the information there as to where did the individual leave. Can we use this we can't use the information to try to find a transit or irregular migration route or something that can help the policy making. So these are some of the challenges among many others that I would probably put forward at this time.
Thank you so much, Oliver. And Adriana, I just wanted to ask you if you give me the three challenges that you certainly having your work identified in respect of accessing data, obtaining data. So if you give us your top 3.
Sure. I'm going to try to focus specifically on strengthened statistical capacities because otherwise it could be a bit broader. So the first one, as I mentioned a little bit in the presentation, it's mapping the relevant actors inside the country and inside regions. I mean, I know for Charisse or for other colleagues in the research area, they don't like when we group things. But sometimes because of the, let's say, the challenges we face in the collections, we need to group things. But so the first is how to map the actors and the institutions that are relevant to these data collections. And as I mentioned before, it's there are sometimes different administrative institutions that are participating in the process. It can be the police, the women's mechanism, it can be the prosecution's office, the migratory police, or many other bodies depending on the countries. The second one, I would say, is how we transform also those admin records that are scattered in different institutions into high quality statistics that they speak to each other. Because we might find that there's some admin records from the police, but they have different concepts. We might have the prosecution records, and they might have different time reference or periods of reference. So how to make these data coming from different institutions talk to each other and make sense. And even if they not make sense, we need to build some metadata so researchers or other people can understand what it's really behind the data. Otherwise, we'll be kind of giving probably a misconception or leading to possibly to wrong conclusions. Then, if I may, I would say 4 challenges. The other is how we bring, for example, the statistical classifications into everyday job. It's the tool have been there for the classification for crimes have been available since 2015, and we only have 3 countries in the regions that officially had adapted it into a statistical classification. We know other countries have done some exercise, and Dominican Republic and Chile are finalizing. But there's still plenty of room to bring those tools into their daily activities. And the 4th one is how to bring NSOs to a topic that is not, let's say, traditional in the official statistics arena. It's because it's a hidden population, because sometimes they need to have some participation with colleagues from other countries, because it can be a transborder phenomena. But also it's not that easy in terms of producing statistics. It can happen on households, it can happen on economic units, or it can happen on other locations. So it's a conversation that needs a lot of resources from different institutions, and sometimes resources are not there, they're not so available. And sometimes also we have to address the concept that it's a very small population. So we focus, for example, on collecting census on the overall population. We focus on household surveys that brings the phenomena of the whole country, and we're struggling actually to collect those surveys with a granular way. But the thing is, the thing that we need to understand and we need to remember and we need to say it and disseminate, it doesn't matter if it's 500 cases or 50 cases. It's persons behind that are struggling and they're being abused. So we need to find more creative ways to produce that statistics. So thank you, Sandria.
Thank you so much, Adriana. And I know we have a question now. Could I ask? Yes, of course, please. Can I see any other hands up? Oh, wow, we've got a number of hands. I'm going to start with this at the front and then I'll move to the back.
Okay, thank you so much. Just a quick comment. Probably it's also questions. I was very interested by what Dr. Charisse has said in terms of giving an overview of why sometimes we don't have better aggregated data or data that are related to the region itself. I think we also find the same, not in the academy or for NGOs as well.
Yeah.
4 things, quickly. One is, there is an issue of denialism. If you go into this big forum, you will find, sorry, I'm not accusing anybody, I'm just saying, you will find officials or high-level officials from the Caribbean underestimating or underplaying the issue of human trafficking or forced labor in this goal. They deny that this thing exists here because they try to paint a picture of a very wonderful region, which is a very wonderful region, and where they have fewer issues, or this is not one of the main ones, that one. Second, look at the national budget. You will find very small, if non-existent, investment into modern slavery or human trafficking at national level. If you do a mapping of all the Caribbean countries or government, see how much, or what is the percentage of the national budget on fighting forced labor, sex trafficking, all of that, you'll find it might come into the last ones that are what kind of prioritized. Three, you don't see enough movement from the region toward big or kind of a global or movement. Let's say, for example, the UN since 2015 or 2016 has initiated what they call Pathfinder country process. To today, there are 36 Pathfinder countries known in the Caribbean, not even an observer. Interestingly, many of those countries in the Caribbean have signed the ILO conventions. So it becomes a bit tricky to understand why, there is kind of a slow movement to kind of to express a true political will and join other efforts that are going on around the region, around the world. And then last, even for civil society organizations tackling this issue, it is very hard to find how many international organizations are based here, you're kind of supporting local effort or regional effort working on this issue. Let alone, even when you go to the victims or the survivors, you don't find enough space where survivors can raise their voices. Here in the room, you may find maybe 3 or 4, but here we're talking about the region. One would have expected that you find maybe 10 or 12 survivors. We did have scholarship for survivors, but who to give them to? So they simply don't. They simply are not. So there is quite a list of issues that you need to look into yourself, and that's what makes it difficult for those kind of bilateral projects, whether it is from the US, to see how do you pour your investment into the Caribbean, where you have denialism, there is no movement, even survivors don't have space, etc. Are you trying to go into a place where you'll have more issues than opportunities? I'm not trying to defend those that don't put all their resources here, but just to give you some of the difficulties that we are seeing as we talk on this issue regionally.
Thank you so much, thank you. And I know I'm going to move forward. I know that was a comment, and that really does support the challenges that have been identified by all our 3 panel members. I know that, there we go, lady at the back.
Thank you.
Please say who you are, that would be really helpful, thank you.
My name is Marcia Morris. I'm with the Salvation Army in Jamaica.
Thank you, Marcia.
You're most welcome. My first question is, what is the IOM website for Caribbean PhD data? Secondly, this one is for Dr. Francis. Where is your paper published? And the third one is probably a suggestion, and this is for Adriana. Do you think that the UNODC LAC office should have a Caribbean national working there full time? That's another question or suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcia. I'm going to start off because you started with the IOM. So Oliver, to you, access to the database, please.
Okay, so you can maybe I can put it in a chat so someone can share with you better, but the website is ctdatacollaborative.org. And I'll also put it in the chat. Also, of course, if there is also interest to learn more Caribbean-wise, you can reach out to us as well. I can share my email, the Caribbean team's email, if there is willingness to have further information on these subjects.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Oliver. Next question straight to you, Cherise. Where is your paper? Where's your PhD? And how can Marcia get her hands on it?
So you'll be able to get your hands on a paper in hopefully a couple months. I'm working on a few publications now, working on a book within the next year and a half.
They can't hear you online, that's fine. Sorry.
So I'll be publishing a few papers soon. One specifically that's an overview of all of this, and a few on the actors and partnerships. I just published a chapter in the edited collection on global, what's it called? Modern slavery in the global context, and this chapter actually looks at partnerships in the Anglophone Caribbean, specifically Belize, because that's where I was working on at the time, and some successful things that happened there as it relates to trafficking, so that's already out there. And I'm working on a monograph now, which is a book of my thesis, so hopefully within the next 2 years that'll be on shelves.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And Adriana, I know that Marcia was intrigued to know about a specific, is that correct, a specific Caribbean focus, or person working there, sorry? Oh, a Caribbean representative. Full-time, yes, Adriana. Do we have a Caribbean representative that works as part of your organization?
We have a regional office in Panama that has activities uncovered. I think, if I remember correctly, Sylvie made a message this morning, recorded message. So I'm not sure I'm the correct person to answer that, because establishing a field office or a regional office demands a lot of resources. So I think I'm gonna just take note of this possibility and hand it over to my colleagues in the regional office, because it overpasses a little bit my area of mandate.
Thank you so much. I like that answer. It is exactly, ladies, it's above my pay grade. I'm going to stay out of that one. Right, I know somebody else raised their hand. Can I ask this lady in the yellow?
Yes, this question is for Dr. Francis. Yes. My name is Dr. Anderson. First of all, I want to congratulate you and commend you on such an amazing, amazing accomplishment. And I can only imagine how daunting it was. And my question is this: if you could do it over, your data, your research from beginning to end, what would you do differently?
So if I could do it over, I would include more culture, to be quite honest. I didn't have the time and space to talk about a lot of the cultural practices in the Caribbean in the way that I wanted to. So familial trafficking is something I'm really interested in, wasn't able to go into it. Talking about the Windrush generation and how migration and all of these things have impacted how trafficking manifests today, I wasn't able to go into. Things like Fichera in Belize, which asked me about it at lunch, and I'll talk to you about it all day, and Kaimuns in Guyana. So there's an entire aspect of cultural practices that I couldn't go into because I only had 100,000 words.
Thank you so much, Dr. Francis.
I like that one. Only 100,000 words. Right, do we have any other questions, or is it a proper opportunity now to bring this session?
We have one question online.
Oh, we have an online question. Wonderful.
So there's a question online, it's probably a good question for Oliver, about trafficking routes in the Caribbean. And so like, what are the trafficking routes? They were specifically asking about the UK, a lot of people being trafficked in the UK. And how do we deal with securing those routes, protecting people in those trafficking routes related to that? Yeah.
Lovely, thank you. I don't know, Oliver, did you hear that?
A question about trafficking routes in the Caribbean, right? Yeah.
Yes. If you've got any information about or data around trafficking routes in the Caribbean, and effectively, what's your influence or understanding of the data in relation to those particular routes?
Yeah, so I think this is kind of where we start to get towards the migrant smuggling discussion. So many of the routes are can be migrant smuggling routes that become, or migrant smuggling situations that become trafficking in person situations. And many persons are trying to get to the United States or get to a different country and use some of the countries in the Caribbean as a route to get there. So even, for instance, in in Guyana there was in the past the Haitians. And what I mentioned in the earlier comment about persons entering the country through a regular route, but then leaving irregularly. Sometimes that's how the route is used. So it's difficult to kind of track. But from some of the data or some of the indications, a person might come to Guyana or through Guyana, maybe to, or from Suriname, to Suriname first, then to Guyana, and then we get to Cayenne, French Guyana, and then try to get further out of the region, maybe towards the United States. So that was just one of the routes. But in some cases, there have been confusion as to whether it was just smuggling, what the trafficking also occur. But that's where we see that connection between the two crimes. We also see some movement towards the Darien Gap, and in some of those cases, the only real land connection between South and Central America. Sometimes along the way, Caribbean countries are used to get there, and then also try to get to the United States. The sad thing about it is that it really shows why irregular migration or why migration needs to be safe, regular, and orderly, because there are so many vulnerabilities that come from taking these routes. Yet persons are forced to take these routes in search of a better situation. So the real thing is to, as you mentioned, to detect more of these routes. There are more, and also now to try to see how we can promote regular migration. The point of human smuggling now is becoming more of a discussion, and through UNODC and CARICOM and IOM being a part of it as well, there is a push to have, I think there was already a migrant smuggling legislation model for the Caribbean. And this model legislation, now the intention is for it to be translated to the national stage, for it now to be more, because most countries already have migration-related legislation, immigration laws, but not the smuggling legislation. So the smuggling legislation now more specifically holds the smugglers accountable, and it gives an opportunity for reducing some of the regular migration flow and the taking advantage of the vulnerability of those who, in many cases, have no better option. So the routes exist. Some are not known, some are known, and many are linked not only to trafficking in persons, but also to the issue of migrant smuggling.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to say thank you very much. I'm going to draw it to a close now because, we've got one question. I know we've gone over by 20 minutes now into lunch. Thank you.
Quickly, I just thought about this with regards to Dr. Francis' presentation. I think it's very important with reference to this whole idea of helping the Caribbean under the different detention workers on. And I'm curious to know why this is happening, because when the US State Department releases a report on trafficking in person, it's going individually by country. So are we not doing enough in the Caribbean here in terms of being visible with regards to our work against trafficking, or what can we do to ensure that we put ourselves in a position to be identified individually rather than this collectivity? Because when money comes in, as you pointed out, how it is being disallocated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask the answer to be short, but this is something that you've raised here. This is a consideration for a lot of projects that we are dealing with within the region and sort of being put into that particular category and not specifically for our region. Therese?
So I actually think this would be a better question for Oliver or Andrew, but I will answer what I think and what the conversations that I've been having in the course of researching. So it touches on some of what Wakini said actually. There are a couple of things that happen. One of them is that numbers-wise, we're very small. And trying to infiltrate the Caribbean as a researcher or to gather statistics, if you don't know the Caribbean, is stressful, to say the least. So sometimes it's easier to subsume us within these groups. And again, if you don't know, you don't know. So many people don't have the cultural knowledge to know how different we actually are to even our neighbors in Latin America. And sometimes it appears that we might have different shared things that make us a part of that group when we aren't. So it's been a lot of drawing of geographical and geopolitical lines really to subsume us within these groups. So based on numbers, it might not be beneficial, it's difficult to infiltrate, and then again, I think that as a region, our priorities or what will help us push forward aren't necessarily the same things that the groups think will help to push us forward, so it's easier to subsume. That's my short and kind of political answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to say, are there any other questions in the room or online? No? I was going to say thank you, and I'd like to, I'm getting the sign, I like that sign at the back. Right, I'm going to say, can I ask you all to thank our panellists in the normal way, and
I hope you've all been well fed. Lunch was delicious. I'm sure Bikini is heartbroken that there wasn't what we call bread rice, but it was still amazing. Now that we're coming back, we are starting strong with a session on Caribbean culture and human trafficking in particular, specifically looking at how our culture here in the Caribbean facilitates certain types of trafficking. And I know from when I did some work in Aruba, it was very interesting to talk about the communities and how they felt that legalized sex work, of course, as part of the Dutch Antilles, decriminalized sex work, was really, I was told over and over again by community members that I met with that this was necessary because they had lower rates of incest or child abuse because they had this sexual outlet for the men in the community. And I was hearing that from, religious leaders, family leaders. It was a very strange way to justify the presence of this decriminalized sex work. But what's interesting is that what it said to me, and this was, my whole family was there, and of course they're all Guyanese, what they were saying was like, well, it makes sense to me, that's how I would see it as well. And I think it's not necessarily that any of these things are true. Of course, incest and like sexual assault are incredibly hidden in any context. But I think the interesting thing is that there's a latent misogyny or like this power dynamic between male and female sexual needs and urges and how we interpret those needs that really plays a role in how we as a Caribbean people then view the solution to these social issues. Now, of course, this is completely relevant because Dr. Karen Carpenter is not just a psychologist, but she's a clinical sexologist. And now that is just fascinating. There's a whole show on Facebook Watch called Love and Sex. Aline is a big fan. She let us all know. She'll be asking for Dr. Carpenter's signature, autograph after this. But the thing that I think is really important about having someone who specializes in these dynamics is that I think we know, and especially, I may not have grown up in the Caribbean, but I certainly grew up in a Caribbean household. We are subjugated as women when talking about sexual preferences, sexual pleasure. It's very much considered to be a male domain, and women are told to not even, I remember my mom even telling me that, I couldn't use, tampons until I was an adult because that would affect my virginity. Like, there's some strange notions about protecting women's sanctity, women's purity, which actually is completely detrimental to us now dealing with the after effects of sex work and how those people can be reintegrated into our society. So I think having a clinical sexologist here is not just fascinating anyway, but she's also the head of the Institute for Gender and Development Studies at the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. So I think she can really integrate some of these really personal, maybe it shouldn't be personal, maybe it should be more open, but what's typically construed as personal dynamics in Caribbean cultures and families into the broader sociological things that are really inhibiting our ability to talk about modern slavery and its impact. So with that, Dr. Carpenter, I am so fascinated.
You heard nothing after sexologist. Thank you, Dunia.
I'm here to facilitate a conversation. I'm not actually gonna be a speaker, although it says a therapist. No, I'm always a therapist. But I want to facilitate a conversation, which I want to invite your insights into. So I think there's a roving mic. I have a very overqualified assistant on the floor, and I'm going to begin with an anecdote. And this is a real story. We've been talking about anecdotal evidence, yes? Our earlier speaker, there you are, spoke about the value of anecdotal evidence. And I want to begin with that and end with that in this session. So, some time ago, perhaps 6-8 months ago, I was in the pharmacy, and it's a pharmacy I use quite a bit. So the young ladies there who assist in the pharmacy all know me. I'm the lady who comes in and has my university students buy as many condoms as they want in all the flavors, all the colors, and all the sizes, because I'd rather have them protected than unprotected. So I'm well known to the pharmacy staff. And the day that I went in about 8 months ago, a young lady, she must have been about 23 years old. I noticed that she had some bruising. She had some scarring, and this was not something I'd noticed perhaps 3 days prior when I'd been in there. So we're just chatting and I'm filling my prescription, and I asked her about it. I said, "What happened? Did you fall?" She said, "Actually, I did, but I fell out of a car." So just like you, it got my attention. So I said, "Do you want to talk about it?" Because I realized at that point, she gets a bit trembly, etc. And she said, "Actually, yes." So we step off to the side and she tells me her story. She actually was offered a job, or so she thought, by a woman. The woman provided an opportunity for better employment. She had already gone through community college, so she had a degree, an associate degree, and she was looking to do something other than a receptionist in a pharmacy. The woman told her to meet her at a certain place, she would take her to the interview, etc., etc. So she met her, got into what looked like a cab, a regular cab, and they both got into the back of the cab. As they drove off, the woman locked the door, and the man turned and addressed the woman. At which point, the young lady started, let's call her Mary for ease. Mary started to get very uncomfortable. She then asked, well, where are we going? Where's this interview? Why do we have to drive there? And suddenly, her better instincts kick in and she's starting to ask questions. And the woman grabs her and starts pummeling her. She's beating her. And the fellow in the front tells her to shut up as he drives off with her. Well, somehow she managed to escape one of the blows and opens the other side of the cab and throws herself in the street. This is real. This is no more than 8 months ago. I was terrified at her story. I can't imagine how terrified she was to experience it. And of course, at that point, you offer psychosocial support, you offer some assistance, and they didn't know me, so she was happy to ask for some assistance. But it also puzzled me why, if this happened the week before, why was she at work now? She was actually afraid to be alone. It was better for her mentally to come in and have her little friends around her and the head of the pharmacy and all those people who make her feel safe. That was better for her than staying at home worrying about what other information they had. Did they have her phone? Did they know her address? Etc., etc., etc. She's just the most recent person who said that to me. She's not the only one. But I was genuinely shocked because it's a young lady that I saw every week in the pharmacy, on and off, say hello, I always chat with them, ask them what they want, what they need, etc. So it kind of came home much more closely than in other instances, and even while I'm telling you, I'm feeling somatically that gut punch that you feel when you hear information like this. So culturally, that's one of our triggers in Jamaica, and it may well be in other places, because the economic reality of a young woman who's put herself through college and doesn't have a commensurate job to her degree is one of the drivers of human trafficking. And we tend to think of human trafficking as people being taken outside the country. But there's also internal migration. And there's trafficking across contiguous borders. and porous borders as we've been talking about. So I want to open up the conversation, and I share that because as we were prepping for today, that was one of the various stories that I had that came home to me so closely because it happened so recently. And of course, you give them all the information of where to go, who to contact, how to get help. But this is after the fact, and it was her quick thinking, her quick and dangerous thinking. Because we don't know that she couldn't have been hit by a car when she rolled out of that vehicle. But very, very frightening. So I don't want us to, and I don't think anyone here pretends that this is not a serious matter, but we really have to think about it in the day-to-day. I've got a list of names from my secret friend, and I have already singled out some folks that I'm gonna begin the ball rolling with. I do ask for the others to participate, but these are just some names, and I don't even know some of these folks. So I want to hear stories from around the region. So if I think of Guyana, is Neil here? Neil, will you identify yourself? Okay, so Neil, can you tell us in Guyana, what are some of the cultural, there comes your mic. What are some of the cultural drivers for human trafficking in Guyana, and what forms does it take?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. I know that after lunch it's very difficult because keep up, but nevertheless, this is a very, the word technology. But in Guyana also, the drivers behind trafficking in person are similar with regards to poverty, job opportunities, migration, lack of employment, and so on. What's been happening though with regards to the migrants, for the past couple of years, migrants were part of the, in terms of, with regards to trafficking. They were the more vulnerable persons, but because of the Venezuela situation. But what has evolved over the last couple of years is that some of these migrants, while they're being trafficked, they also incorporate as part of the culture in terms of a sexual response to their property need. So perhaps you may pick them up as trafficking person victim, but while in care and perhaps a delay in providing for them the justice and so, they would say, man, look, I ain't able to do this anymore. Let's say go back because even if I'm being trafficked, at least I get no money to send back to my family. Right? And for the past year or so, there have been some indication that they have moved to the more, well, Guyana right now is developing, they need people to work and so on, and there have been concerns that they've been trafficking also in the mining district and among others with regards to, because again, in the communities, even though they're developing, lack of opportunities because of skills and education is so vulnerable to, try to look real pastures. A man may be in this village, or a woman may be, well, a man will be in this village, planting a little garden, but the money he will be promised if he goes to work as a cook will be better. He jumps in the opportunity to go, when he goes to whole different thing. So those are the factors that contribute to trafficking. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neil. Thanks for your participation. And
well, the Amerindians.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Speaking about the Amerindians in the hinterland. But basically, I'm speaking about those people in terms of people go to those communities in the hinterland communities to recruit them to in terms of greening pasture. Because remember, in the communities, there's limited opportunities. Yes. So those are the kind of people that are at risk of being trafficked.
Yes. And I think of in our own circumstances the tourism industry, which is a big lure. It's US dollars or British pounds or whatever hard currency, and people are lured there. And in our instance, perhaps not even people who are low skilled, as this young lady had finished her associate degree, but people who are highly skilled as well, but there isn't a job market for them. So that opportunity cost is something that we have to look at. Once opportunities exist, what's going to propel people to go there? And if you have a culture of transactional sex, which we do in Jamaica, where even within secondary schools, we have data that shows from 2011, sex survey that was done in secondary schools, that most of the young people between the ages of 15 to 17 believe that believe at least two items that point to the willingness to engage in transactional sex. In Jamaica, we have a saying that says, schoolboy money done by lunchtime. Yes? Schoolboys don't have the money that they can afford you. Yes? So to date someone in school makes no sense because they haven't got the coin. Okay, thanks, Neil. I'm gonna go to St. Lucia, to Mr. James. Please pronounce your first name for me.
Muffilas.
Muffilas, come Muffilas. Tell us what the situation is in St. Lucia as it relates to what are some of the drivers.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please permit me to sit. I'm a person with physical impairment, so I beg your indulgence, please. To not repeat examples already given, in our unique culture, which is a high tourism destination, we have a situation in our well-known tourism belts, some of which also happen to be our most poverty-stricken villages, where tourists would visit or even come right off their yachts into the villages where it is known and almost accepted that parents would traffic their children to these visitors because of the financial lack. And these are the kinds of things that people have turned a blind eye to for many years. And you would almost find when these situations are pointed out, you would find people asking, well, are you going to give them the money? Who is going to help these families? Just leave it alone, let it be. But the tourists come, it's just a transaction, it's helping these families and their children. So it is one of the unfortunate aspects where poverty directly leads into this, and the lack of adequate social safety nets and government support perpetuates these situations.
And Muffilas, if I could stay with you for a little bit, yeah? I want to segue into my other question, which is what prevention and protection measures are present in St. Lucia? Because you mentioned government inadequacy to deal with the issues, but I imagine there's some effort being made. Tell us a little bit about what happens in St. Lucia from the prevention and protection side.
Well, I would need to admit that our country is relatively young in the anti-trafficking movement. I give credit to great countries like Jamaica, which seems to have made great strides. Great strides in this Guyana, colleagues in Trinidad. I make mention of these territories where there appear to be very prominent anti-trafficking programs. In St. Lucia, you will find a little workshop here and there, a little meeting, a little PR every now and then, but it is not a major issue. It's an area where we have a lot to go to, particularly in the sector that I represent, persons with disabilities, that I will speak about later in the week. There is a lot that we can do. So though laws exist, when it comes really to human trafficking, there is a great level of ignorance about it in terms of the society. People really don't know. Some would even deny human trafficking doesn't exist. They don't know what it is. They think it's just a cross-border aspect of moving people around. But I just would need to mention an interesting case we had which brought human trafficking to the forefront in St. Lucia. I had to do with students from Nepal. All the way from Nepal, coming into St. Lucia to be trained in what they thought was a hospitality training institute. And it really wasn't. And they were exploited under the guise of internships in various establishments. And this is what brought human trafficking to national attention in our country.
Yeah, and that's not uncommon across the region and other places, because in fact, I was about to ask Alona Wheeler from Trinidad to speak, and I remember in the newspapers reports of persons from Guyana, women from Guyana being recruited to go into the massage parlors. When they got there, they realized that it was more than a massage that they were required to give, and their passports were confiscated. And this actually made news in the Trinidad newspaper about 7 years ago. So it is not that uncommon. So Alona, if you could identify yourself? Would you? Yes, as you're vertically challenged, standing helps. I'm teasing you, I'm just trying to see I'm short. So Alona, can you tell us about what's happening in Trinidad?
Sure. Well, Trinidad, there's a very high demand for commercial sex in Trinidad.
It has always been that way. For persons who know the Gina and Dinah Calypso by Sparrow, right? Gina and Dinah, Rosita, Clementina, at the corner, something. But your life is something they selling, right? So that was way back in the days with sailors, true story. So we've always had that fetish for prostitution and commercial sex. And with the Venezuelan crisis situation, that just magnified it and made it worse. So you find that the male, I don't want to be a male bashing thing, but the Trinidadian males, they always also had a fetish for Spanish, right? So you always hear songs and calypsos talking about Spanish, and red woman. So here you have now a ready supply of red woman, Spanish, coming in vulnerable, and so of course you find the men capitalizing on that. So that actually magnified the problem with the sex trafficking. We also do have the case with local girls being trafficked. The first conviction for Trinidad and the first child case for Trinidad was a local girl, a 15-year-old girl, right? And she was trafficked through, the usual way, advertisement, interviewed, went into adult entertainment, and was the typical pimp relationship where he, coerced her, groomed her, everything into finally becoming a sex worker at the age of 15. So that case got the conviction last year. So generally there are the cases of labor, forced labor cases with Guyanese nationals. I don't think there's been much of that lately because of the situation in Guyana now. The economy has improved, so you find that many Guyanese are actually going back home. But now you do have some labor cases with Venezuelan men working in food and beverage, in agriculture in particular, in fast food business and food and beverage businesses where they are being exploited and taken advantage of. So generally, the cultural nuance I would say in Trinidad is that fetish for commercial sex really. And I think what happened too with the Venezuelan crisis situation and that high influx of Venezuelans is that children were also coming. Because there are teenage Venezuelans, girls and boys, who have been leaving their home to look for a better life and to send money back to their parents, grandparents, sometimes their siblings who they're taking care of because the mother isn't able to take care. So you find that there has been the trafficking of Venezuelan children in very large quantities, when they raid the brothels and stuff, you're finding teenage girls there from as young as even below, from age 12 and up. But a lot of teenage girls.
I don't know what I have you on the mind. I'm going to segue a little bit. We heard that we were talking about the decriminalization. No, don't go. The decriminalization of sex and some of the impacts of that. Is there any move in Trinidad to decriminalize sex work or to legalize sex work or make provisions?
There has been talk of that, but Trinidad will be really strange, because on the one hand, you have a very high demand for sex, but on the other hand, it's clandestine. So nobody is going to want to come out and publicly say that they go to visit these places or they go to party.
But no one is taking a census, no one is asking who's been to
and nobody is going to answer.
Precisely, so neither ask nor answer.
So decriminalizing it, there's talk of sex workers and sex, commercial sex is not work and stuff, but prostitution is still very much taboo. I would say in Trinidad. So culturally you have this thing here, but it's on the DL and they do it on the DL. The most they might say is that we have like a Spanish. So they might say the Spanish is their girlfriend.
Yeah.
And they have an outside woman who's a Spanish kind of thing. Yeah. Right? So, but people are not coming to Andreina could support me in that. But these Trinidadian, you decriminalize the thing, and how many of them are really going to openly go?
All of them. I assure you.
And participate. So,
I assure you they'll go.
But and you also have Trinidad, we're still very much faith-oriented and religion-oriented.
Within Carnival.
Yes. So you find that the religious groups will also have an issue with that whole decriminalization of that, right? Andreina, I don't know if you want to agree with me in that. You may have a different perspective.
Where's Andreina?
Andreina is, she works a lot with migrants. Yeah, so that's just my opinion on it, generally speaking.
because there has been talks in it, when you do training, they ask you, why don't we just decriminalize it and make it easier?
Well, it doesn't make it easier, but it certainly makes it regulated. And it provides necessary healthcare for sex workers. It provides access for their children to social amenities. And it faces a reality that many of us don't want to face. Yes? But I'm curious, is there anyone in the room from Curacao? And we need a mic over here. Anyone in the room from Curacao? Anyone in the room from a country where sex work is legalized or decriminalized? Okay, so we need to do more work on that area. Sex work is work. We need to bring it under a safe banner so that the people who are really involuntarily bringing people into the industry can actually be identified. We'll never identify them while everybody's in one pool. There are people who will be willing to regulate and to use condoms and to do all the safety checks. Curacao has been doing that for the longest period, which is why I asked if anybody was from Curacao. Yeah? The mic's over here. I'm sorry, say the name for me.
Andreina.
So it was you that they were referring to?
Yes.
Are you done with that one?
But a song is very nice, but the sports probably will help even to promote health sexuality. But in the context of Trinidad, in the perspective of the survivors, how we really going to get them out? How we really going to support them or help them? That is like just hand them out, put something in the neck and kill them because we are not prepared. We have a lot of corrupted police. We have a lot of corrupted Coast Guard. Our system is not prepared to legalize access something. When you talk about long lines, people having relations with those young ladies and those bars, or they don't see faces, they don't see anything, they're just going to satisfy something. Since you don't really can identify them, but they are there or why they're there. Even those who actually said they come in to do prostitution in Guyana or in other places, and they find Trinidad and Tobago has a very good promotion and they're going to get more money, they're being tracked in the same networking with not freedom. Says for us, in the other perspective, we have to discuss it some more. But Trinidad is not prepared for
So
that.
you would say that the political and public will is not there to disaggregate those who are voluntary sex workers from those who are being trafficked?
Yes.
Because there's no infrastructure to support that. Because we don't want to conflate the two. Not every sex worker is trafficked and not every sex worker is involuntary. So yes, I appreciate it. ¿Eres venezolano? ¿Eres de Venezuela? Sí. Bienvenido. Okay, so the political and social will, yes, is a very important factor. Because I think even in Jamaica, and I'm looking at right over there, she knows that where I'm going with this. The political will hasn't been there even in Jamaica up to this point. But hopefully we will change. Hopefully we will see the prudence of disaggregating the two types of communities and provide some protections for those people who are really voluntarily working in this area as opposed to those who are being trafficked into the area. Because we must do something to pull those two factors apart and not one and the same. Yeah. Yeah, it's a conversation we need to have. Go ahead, Alina.
Thank you
Oh
so
no,
much.
I've opened the door for Alina.
Well, I think it's just an interesting question, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful, and I'm grateful to hear your perspectives on this too. Amnesty International, I think it must have been in 2015, published a report looking at the quality of life of sex workers, particularly in the Netherlands, I believe, because this was like a legalization versus decriminalization conversation. But I went to Ireland to talk about it then, which also has a very Catholic, very religious perspective on this. Obviously, very anti-sex work, but clearly demand is everywhere, so that's what it is. And one of the things they had me address was whether I thought that this measure, this push by Amnesty International, human rights organization, to legalize sex work for the benefit of the sex workers was something that would help the trafficking situation. And truly, I said that I didn't think it would. I thought it would create more demand, it would create more more actual people coming to these places to purchase sex. And of course, what has happened in the Netherlands is that it's made it competitive between some of the sex workers and the trafficking victims, because there'll always be things that have to be illegal, like children, no sexual, all of those things, violence. So what
those who cannot consent.
Exactly. And so the challenge becomes, and I think this is a statistical question, because I think most things are, is it worth the cultural shift to make the quality of life better for many more people, like the sex workers, in exchange for an industry that may or may not exist at the same scale anyway? And that was kind of where I came down on it, is I can tell you quantitatively that there are almost certainly going to be, like 10,000 sex workers, let's say. Their quality of life will get better, their social standing will improve, they will be able to access law enforcement, all of these things. That's important, period, because these are still vulnerable populations, right? And I'm only saying that in this room because obviously this could be a way that we approach resolving some of these things. Trafficking in this iteration will always exist, right? Because there will always be demand for things that can't be legalized. And it may become more difficult in the original instance, but we also have to think about the vulnerable populations, right? If you're working in sex work, it isn't such a far step to then be so far in debt that you fall into the wrong protector. And protection as an industry is a huge part of sex work anyway. So this is kind of an interesting question for me, and it's tough in this context because I know enough of my family's cultural views on this to know the challenges that we probably face, but we do need to be, I think, concerned generally about the people that are already coming into these industries in our countries anyway. And I'm worried about that in the US as well. So I think it's an interesting question when we think about it.
I think you hit on a very important point there, which is the cultural, and you said it as well, the cultural readiness, the political and social public readiness. So I think it very much depends on the culture of the place, whether or not that decriminalization, that legalization, and putting in place measures that restrict certain age groups from being in sex work, restrict certain practices within sex work. I think it very much depends on the culture that it occurs in. I was in Amsterdam in the summer, and already their new mayor is trying to restrict the red light district in the interest of them not being known for sex work. At the same time, provisions around drug use have loosened. So which one do you do? Yeah? It's become more and more. My taxi driver, I'm sure he was high, was telling me, oh, they want, close all on sex work, but, everybody can use drugs, and I immediately got worried, is he using drugs? So you have to kind of wonder. I see Joy with her hand up.
And if I could just say one more thing as you're thinking about this, there's an interesting academic principle about the differences between opportunistic and preferential sex purchasers. And I think that's the key for me. So opportunistic would be like if, in our context, you go to Vegas and you don't normally purchase sex, but it's being thrown at you, offered, and you're at a bachelor's party, you purchase sex because it's available and it's there. However, preferential sex purchasers are usually pedophiles or people that are looking for sex work.
Careful. Why generalization?
Well, I guess so people who purchase sex with children or things that they.
Oh, sex with children, no?
Yeah, sorry. Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, people who purchase sex with children, people who provide sex, unprotected sex. So I think opportunistically, you're going to increase that scale, but preferential probably.
Yeah, and Joy is waiting for the mic over there when you finish. Yeah.
Yes, as you touched on the point with the quality, improve the quality of life, whether that will have impact. But how are you seeing this, especially in the Ghanaian context, especially in the work within the background? What is one of the drivers of demand for sex is alcohol. And improving the quality of life, alcohol will be there too. So where does this go in terms of the demand for sex?
And give me a sense of where you think it will go.
No,
that was a rhetorical question, so I'm asking you to answer it.
Well, the idea is that where we are now, right, one of the drivers behind the demand for sex has to do with alcohol drinking and this whole idea of being in the environment where that is part and parcel of their everyday life. Where we talk about trying to improve the quality of life now. Like 10 years from now, where Guyana is going to be, we will have a very high quality of life based upon what is going on in the economic and so on. But again, because alcohol will be present there, with regards to, even though it's in some of these communities, people, the life would also improve, they don't have to put themselves in demand. The alcohol will always be a factor because today, not only men are drinking, women are drinking too. So it will have, it's a contribution.
And they didn't used to drink, women?
Well, I mean, not as before as they do now. We see, you know, I mean, 15, 20 years ago, you hardly find women in bars as they frequent the bars now and so on. And a shift in terms of the economic benefit is going to provide.
So they're visibly drinking. That doesn't mean they weren't drinking before.
Well, I guess so.
They're more visible in
Well,
spaces that men used to occupy exclusively. That doesn't mean they weren't drinking at home.
Well, I guess from our culture growing up, home, you know, in terms of how you're brought up, there was limitations and restrictions in terms of how you conduct yourself. But moving on, right? We don't, even if your quality of life is improved, I feel long term, alcohol itself would always be that driver that promotes this elevation towards the demand for sex, and would also, women also, right, would put themselves still out there because, I mean, at the end of the day, money is everything.
Alcohol doesn't actually make you horny. Alcohol disinhibits it ruins your performance, but it disinhibits your ability to obey those restrictions that are there. So it doesn't actually increase your sexual arousal. It disinhibits you.
Well, but that's from I guess not to discuss it, but the reality is what goes on out there. So it speaks a whole different thing.
Yeah, this is like ask the sexologist, right? So I'm discouraging the use of alcohol if you want to have good sex. Joy?
Thank you so much, Karen. I want to go back to the issue around sex work and legalization also. One of the questions I've been asking in many forums and I've gotten an answer, and definitely in the Jamaican context here, is how many persons have we actually prosecuted compared to those who are in the industry? You know, as if we have a law in place and we're not prosecuting anybody, what's the point?
Yeah, and I was actually going to come to, I think one of our colleagues mentioned that in where they are, that there is a tourism aspect of it. I was actually going to come to as well that romance tourism, that's what it's called if it's a woman. Who tells you that a woman is in the romance? Romance tourism, but if it's a man, it's sex tourism. Yes, if a man is buying, it's suddenly sex tourism, but women don't want sex, they want romance. And they pay $1,200 US a visit for romance.
Alright, so the other thing is that the conversation, which is again based in some of our laws, is that it's not actually sex work that's illegal.
Yes.
It's the profits.
The profits from it. So if you do it for free, like voluntarily, then it's fine.
And there's no proof and nothing. So, and what that does is, I mean, we've had situations where children and relatives of, you know, known sex workers,
yes,
when they're going to be harassed, that's where it comes. Like, you know, you're making money from this thing, and your children are benefiting, so they become complicit. And that's when, you know, somebody's trying to wield some kind of power where they can get their own way.
And so we have to keep lobbying.
Yeah, so, you know,
for the protections of the children,
of the children
sex
and
workers,
the
and those who benefit from the sex work,
Exactly.
as well as the person purchasing is rarely prosecuted.
Exactly,
Yes.
that too, you know, so I just think that there is definitely a bias when we have this conversation about legalization.
Thank you, Joy. I'm going to wrap by asking two people to finish us off. Gracia from Haiti, and Sharon Rose from Barbados. If you could have one sentence each from you, if you can identify yourself, Gracia from Haiti? Not here? Okay, what about Sharon Rose? Is Sharon here? Sharon, where you there? You're not here? So there's another Sharon. I see you have the mic. Do you want to comment? Yes.
I actually had a question for Mia. Just in terms of the cultural context and perhaps the situation within your country, if they're based on the reports of sexual exploitation or incidents of sexual abuse, if there is any correlation between, you know, in terms of the backstory, is there usually something that says that the person who did the exploitation was an abuse of alcohol, for example? I'm just trying to understand where your mind went in terms of making that correlation, because I too, though not a sexologist at all,
and I'm sure you would be.
wondered the same thing. I'm not sure if that's, I'm not sure if there's any empirical data to support that, because I'm not really seeing a correlation between gross sexual exploitation and the consumption of alcohol. I just think alcohol gives you Dutch courage, you know, so
exactly.
It removes inhibitions, but it doesn't mean that if your inhibition is removed at a party, it means you're going to start sexually exploiting people. So I just wondered whether there was a cultural correlation that you were adverting to that led you to that view.
Well, I guess if you look at it in this context, where sex or commercial sex is happening in the hinterland in the land, are also where the service bars are. Person to whom, not necessarily a brothel, but a bar, where he or she sells alcohol, they are bound to have commercial sex work involved something. And when more cases to these migrants, you go to the bar forces you to go take a lime or a drink, then women. And after that now, the engagement happens where you pay maybe you pay $50,000, 10 goes to the lady, 5 goes to the bar. So that's what's been happening in terms of, especially in the far-flung areas. Because when these people work in the mining industry and other industries, right, there's nothing left for them to do but to have a line and a washdown, as they call it. And then that now leads, and there have been many conflicts in the hinterland between, that has led to fatality, because when people are under the influence of alcohol, they end up having fight over these women among other things. And you know, we have a lot of fatal cases. So, and they had even in one in the area, and when in Jordan, after she was there providing services, when another young lady went, or Spanish, something like that, this previous one felt so dissatisfied that everyone was going to her. Again, alcohol was thing. She just went and drank a day, and they said to attack this other girl viciously and wounding her and causing her to some attacking her in her arm or the leg or some way. So the genesis of all of these things, because a person, when I look at it from my experience working and visiting the hinterland community, from my experience, people would go, and if they're not participating in anything, you might find a little bit of, downside in terms of your reaching out for these commercial sex workers. But once you start drinking, you're having fun, which is the only thing left to do, that's where it steps in.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to pass the mic this way, not to the gentleman in the red.
Brian.
Brian's going to have our final comment because we're getting a rat signal.
Well, that's a lot of pressure.
No pressure.
So I'm not from this region, obviously. I actually traveled here from Southeast Asia. I live in Thailand, and I find this conversation very interesting in terms of bars and sex work and all that, because the dynamic is, I would say, very similar in Thailand, and I think these conversations need to happen. I guess my curiosity, and I'll probably leave with more of a question than a statement, but is it co-location? Like when we're talking about bars and sex work, is is there a causation, or is it just a co-location that these two
Exactly, which is what we were saying.
types of things share a location more than a causal factor?
Yeah, it seems to be a one-stop shop in your case, whereas we can get alcohol anywhere, including in the home. I definitely want to start by thanking the input from everyone. We've got such a cultural richness in here that I encourage you to continue the conversation. I can't see Mike. What's the name?
I'm Commissioner Gordon's Executive Inspector.
Hi, Commissioner. Yeah, do this.
Is it on now?
Yes, you're definitely right.
I'm Commissioner Gordon. I'm Detective Inspector, a police officer. Just to respond to what you said. Remember that the police make arrests on 3 occasions: on warrant, on information, or on view. So, if the male solicitor, they wouldn't have a warrant for him, so it must be either on information or on view. Information would speak to a witness, for example. So the witness would most likely be the female that he is soliciting from. That female highly likely will not give a statement.
Precisely.
Right. So also, in terms of on view, that is maybe a challenge as well. So what we have been trying to impact the supply and demand from our perspective as anti-trafficking persons investigators. We try to do what we call test purchases. It's actually just a sting, basically.
It's a catfish, yeah.
Yes. So we have arrested persons via that method. We have arrested persons who offer these huts or whatever they may be to allow for the activities. We arrested those persons for no one is in on the earnings of prostitution. And we have also, once we identify that the females are willingly involved, then we also make that kind of
I'm so
arrest.
happy you made that distinction.
Right.
Because we must make the distinction between consensual sex and people who are trafficked and forced to have sex for a living.
So we have in the past explored how can we get to these men who are the ones who are soliciting. And we thought about it. We had females, police officers, ready to do this thing. But then entrapment is something that we have to consider. And so it's one of the reasons why we have not yet made that kind of arrest. So there are challenges, and we are still trying to surmount these challenges.
Well, let me end with something that's a little bit of a sort of a sidebar. When Masters and Johnsons were doing their early work on sexuality, Masters and Johnson were not yet a team, and Dr. Masters, brilliant gynecologist, was studying sex in brothels, and he was looking through people and making notes, and his notes ended up as rubbish. And what one of the sex workers said to him is that you cannot understand sex unless you get a woman as well. And that's how Masters and Johnsons became Masters and Johnsons. May I suggest to you that you need some people who know sex to know how to get to the root of the matter. The problem is not the sex, the problem is the trafficking. Yes? Blessings, everybody. Take care.
All right, everyone, that was fascinating. I am going to recommend a clinical sexologist at all of our meetings from now on. So a couple things. There's this very intriguing USB flash drive. It was everything Giselle could do to get me to announce it before I snuck on it. So if this is yours, you have about 20 minutes before I check it out. It's like got a little green thing on it, it's someone's, I'm sure, so hope you have a lot of family photos. That was such
such a fascinating discussion, and I want to thank you guys for sharing your perspectives on this, because I know it's a very emotive, very personal issue, because of course it speaks to our cultural values and then how that's represented in our society. So this was really a very great discussion. I want to give a little shout out to Brian, because I know he's the man behind all the powerful images you'll see, but he had such insightful thoughts about this. He didn't even summarize all of the things he was saying about the co-location and like the causality versus the correlation, and I don't know, I loved it. I loved hearing everyone's comments, and I also loved like the energy that this generated, so this was really great. I will also say that I think in Aruba in particular, it came down to this question of tourism and hedonism, like this large transient population using all kinds of drugs, all kinds of alcohol, I mean, pretty much everything, and a part of that was like, you know, purchasing sex as a part of like the enjoyable part of it, and like using the local industry and leaving. Well, that was kind of the, maybe the co-location Brian's talking about, but also like, certainly I think correlation, if not causation, which is, you know, the real question from a statistical point of view. So now we have a bit of an exciting shift up. We have 2 workshops. Our detective inspector, did I say that in the right order? Detective inspector, yes. Gordon is here. She'll be talking about the mind of the trafficker. She's worked in vice department, so you know she's seen a lot of interesting things, and I think that's going to be a fascinating discussion, trying to understand this question of the solicitors of sex and like who's purchasing them, what are the business models, and Detective Inspector Gordon will be in this room, but I know that it's been a little bit of a long session talking about sex and all of this and lunch, so if you want to shake it up and get up and move around a little bit, there's also another session, the cultural and historical connections within and between the Caribbean countries, which can really help, I think, bridge some of these divides that are so interesting to me as we go into a conversation later on whether we truly are one Caribbean looking at this, which I would suspect is the answer is probably closer to no than a yes, because there's so much variability and difference in the region. But these connections might be able to help pool your resources and efforts together across islands. And I would make this recommendation in almost all the world regions I go to, particularly like the Middle East or like smaller countries that have like limited resources to work on social issues like this. Your best bet probably is to try to work together, to try to do some kind of collaborative effort, to show examples of success in one similar country, to say it in another. Sometimes use the competitive nature, like, oh, well, if the Guyanese are doing this, how could we not? You know, like that kind of thing, but it's surprisingly effective in other world regions, and I couldn't imagine that that would be helpful to you all. So, looking at the cultural and historical connections, and remember we had our professor this morning talking about some of the historical ties to slavery in the region, to the modern slavery, so that's something to consider. Now that is going to be with Professor Elizabeth Thomas Hope, and she is the chair of environmental management at the University of the West Indies and a fellow of the Royal Geographical Society. So I think that the actual question of like the physical geography here, your distances, all of that would be really naturally conducive to a conversation about trafficking. Now, Dr. Thomas Hope is going, her session, you'll have to follow the beautiful Vanna White Aline that we have here. She's going to be guiding you downstairs to it's right by the restaurant. So I know it can be tempting to kind of like stay seated when you've been, you know, going through a lot today, but we also do want to encourage you to like, you know, get up, shake it off, follow Aline, check out this next session, and we'll all be coming back here at 3:30 for a coffee break. So with that, you guys have the breakout rooms now. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Kamisha Gordon. I am a detective inspector. I am the sub-officer in charge of the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Rise Squad at CTOC, Counter-Terrorism and Organized Crime Investigations Branch. Our unit is the only such unit within the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and so our mandate covers trafficking in all respects. And we have been doing this since 2006, when the unit was established. 2006. I've been on that unit since 2006-ish. 7 thereabouts. Right, so that's been the core and the primary tenure that I've done in the JCF as a trafficking in persons investigator. That's too long. Yeah, if you do the maths, it's too long. But there's more work to be done. So I am here. I am joined by my team, well, some members of my team, and they are the younger ones. And it is heartening to me how they have taken on to making their contribution to this fight. And they will be communicating with you in another way, and not the way that I am, but in a way that I'm sure you will understand. Before we get into what my team has to communicate, I would just want to get into my presentation that will just get your juices flowing on the topic. Who are the traffickers? Do they have a look? Do they have a gender? Are they of a particular age group? Let us delve into that and see what we come up with. Those are my objectives, to just briefly examine what trafficking in persons is, because certainly for us to delve in, we must know what we're talking about. To examine the traffickers in the Caribbean, to examine Jamaica's parent legislation, which gives us a guide to who the traffickers are, to examine traffickers identified in Jamaica, to conduct a case study and inquire into the topic as groups. So I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tables here. Ms. Mothersill, can you assist me, please? So those are what we'll be looking into. The definition. Give me that one, please. All right, so the definition is very, very, very informative, and it tells us basically who the trafficker is. It talks about the recruiter, it talks about the transporter, it talks about the harborer, it talks about the person who does the transferring, it talks about the person who receives the victim by the various means mentioned there, and for the purpose, the ultimate purpose of exploitation. It talks about the person who is the person in a position of power, the person who abducts, who fraudulently or deceives the victim, various other forms of methods that are used. The definition is very instructive. What are the points to prove human trafficking? Every offense requires a point to prove. Activity means purpose. The activity speaks to what is happening, why did it happen, how did it happen. The activity, the means, and the purpose. For children, it's not the same as it is for adults. For children, we only need the activity and the purpose. So for children, the definition is the recruitment, transportation, harboring, transfer, or receipt of a person under the age of 18 for the purpose of exploitation. I'm not going to delve too much into this definition or definition part, because I know that we all appreciate what trafficking is. Right. So now, identifying the trafficker. There are some things that we must be mindful of. There are some things that could be considered push and pull factors. Why does a person become a trafficker? What is the reason? What would be the ultimate reason? And money upon it. It is one of the most lucrative forms of criminal businesses in the world. Money upon it, a big money business. So therefore, persons who are already criminal-minded, it's not the hardest thing for them to latch on to. So there is evidence that traffickers are more likely to be of a particular race. Sorry, there's no evidence that traffickers are likely to be of a particular race. Can you turn this one off? Gender, nationality, or sexual orientation. They may be family members, romantic partners, acquaintances, or strangers, but most times they are not strangers. Most times they are persons that the victim knows. So traffickers seek to fill a demand by providing a service. What is that service? What is that demand? Is the service labor related? Is the service sexually charged? A lot of traffickers were initially poor and poverty stricken. Being unemployed is a push factor for traffickers. Not being able to take care of your family, not being, making money on a regular basis legally, not being able to get employment, that is a push factor. A lot of the traffickers that we have identified are unemployed. They're not doing anything to make money otherwise. And so it is one of those factors. Traffickers prey on vulnerabilities. We have to be mindful of that as well. Vulnerabilities vary and are dependent on a victim's circumstances. So vulnerabilities are not something that, and I think that they evolve, because trafficking evolves. So with time, a vulnerability will not be the same vulnerability that existed last year, last month. Because remember, for example, during COVID, new vulnerabilities came to the fore. COVID was a rare occurrence for many of us, most of us who had not lived through a pandemic. And in times of crisis, it exacerbates trafficking. Times of crisis exacerbates activities like trafficking and other criminal activities. So it created new vulnerabilities. What were those vulnerabilities? Children and teenagers are particularly vulnerable to trafficking due to their age, naivety, and a trusting nature. What are the vulnerabilities? So I'm just getting your juices flowing, getting your minds ready to, to dig into it. For us to be able to identify the trafficker, sometimes you have to look at the type of exploitation to know who is it that the trafficker is likely to be. So if we're looking at sexual exploitation, who is a trafficker likely to be? It could be the family member. It could be the boyfriend. Who is it likely to be? So we're going to delve into that a bit more, and we're just trying to get the juices flowing. When it comes down to domestic servitude, who is a domestic and servitude should be together, sorry. Who is a trafficker likely to be? Who is a trafficker likely to be? When it comes down to forced labor, who is a trafficker likely to be? Our cases involving forced labor had to do with persons who had a need for labor, for cheap labor. Persons involved in commercial businesses. A lot of times they are the ones who are the traffickers in forced labor situations. Forced begging. We're going to talk about a particular case that we had that featured that kind of exploitation. Organ harvesting, who is the trafficker likely to be? There's a network that is usually involved in that particular type of trafficking. We start to think about the healthcare sector, the doctors, nurses. They play a very crucial role. A lot of the times, in this type of exploitation, debt bondage, forced marriage, who are the traffickers and what are the vulnerabilities that may present themselves here? How do we identify the traffickers when trafficking is so clandestine? That's on a roadside, in the broad
There's nothing
daylight.
human about human trafficking, especially child.
How do we identify traffickers when trafficking is so hidden right before our eyes? That's on a busy street in the broad daylight. You just go in, do your thing and come back out like nothing at all. How do we identify the traffickers? We have to look deeper. Now, our Jamaican legislation, and I know that all the legislations provide a guide to how to identify traffickers. It tells us what the offenses are and who the offenders are. So, our legislation passed in 2007, amended 2013, amended 2018, amended 2021. And there are specific sections that I would like to draw your attention to. And each table should have copies of the particular sections. Sections 4 and section 5. Sections 4 and section 5. So it will guide how we go about the identification of the traffickers in the legislation. So our legislation has assisted us in coming to achieving some convictions in Jamaica. Let's look at our convictions. Who were the traffickers in these convictions? All right, I don't know if it is clear enough for you, so I'll explain. So in 2010, we identified 2 traffickers who were convicted. One was a Jamaican male, 41 years old. One was a Panamanian woman, 48 years old. And they were co-accused in the matter. And you will see the description of the victims, the type of exploitation, the occupation for the traffickers. You will look at the different years. 2011, there was a male Jamaican who was also of Indian ethnicity. He was 36 years old, store operator, he owned 5 stores. His victims were Indian nationals. Their type of exploitation was labor exploitation. 2012, we identified a Jamaican female, 23 years old, who was unemployed. Her victim was a child. Sexual exploitation was the choice. 2013, 41-year-old male fisherman, who was the co-accused of the 25-year-old Jamaican female who brought a Haitian child here for the purpose of domestic servitude. In 2013, we identified a 19-year-old female, Jamaican female, unemployed as well. The victim was a Jamaican child, and the exploitation of choice was by sexual for sexual purposes. In 2015, we identified a male, 36-year-old Jamaican, a farmer, quote-unquote farmer. His victim was a Jamaican child, sexual exploitation, 2016, and you can look at the various nationalities and the occupations. In 2017, a football coach, Jamaican children, there were 5 children that he had involved in forced begging. And in that particular case, he told the children that they were going to be involved in a football competition. And so he had them walking around all over the country in various parishes with a piece of paper begging money. And he told them that the money would go towards football gears. That was not the case. So he was arrested and charged. He didn't give us any trouble. He went to court and he pleaded guilty. And he was convicted and sentenced. He didn't spend more than 2 years in prison because what the explanation I got was that he didn't waste the court's time. And because it was on 11 counts, but all of them ran concurrently. So he did only 2 years. And he's out again, doing it again. Yes. So we are working on that now. So then, in 2018, there was a 19-year-old male Jamaican, unemployed Jamaican child, sexual. 2019, co-accused, Jamaican with Indian background, and a Jamaican female store operators for labor exploitation. The trafficker has no face. The trafficker has no age range. The trafficker has no particular nationality, no particular, basically the choice of exploitation. It is something that is so dynamic. We have to be looking at everybody and anybody. We are yet to have on that list a parent or a family member, but those cases are definitely before the court. So on one of the documents that you have is a brief analysis of the data you just saw in terms of the different age ranges, the gender, the occupation, the nationalities of the traffickers that have been identified. Now, we're going to do a brief case study. It's on the document, one of the documents that you have, Esther. Esther. So now our case study, yes Esther, we're ready. So now our case study, we're not going to just be reading the case study. Esther is here. Mother still, the handouts are finished? Okay, Esther is ready.
Esther is a 26-year-old female who came to Jamaica from Haiti 2 years ago. She's from a small farming community and speaks French Creole fluently. She does not speak English. Esther left 2 young children behind in Haiti with her mother and came to Jamaica with her boyfriend, Jean-Pierre, and the help of a smuggler, Spaniard. She was told that when she arrived in Jamaica, she would be able to work and pay the smuggler back nearly 700,000 Jamaican dollars she owed for safe passage across the sea. After paying her debt, she had plans to remit money to her mother in Haiti for the care of her children, hoping that they might eventually join her in Jamaica.
Jesus Christ. If I'm one Esther babes, then I feel like carrying them. Okay, go ahead, Jesus.
Man.
Yes, we understand, man. Look why your foot there dirty. My own if you look saying a good life if you are living a babes.
I believe so too. But you see from the earthquake, everything mashed up down to my farm. Everything dry up. People they are hungry, they just stress me out. So I'm just tired ideas.
Babes, we understand, man. But what's your have an idea now? Hold on, don't put this now, cause you don't know how you didn't carry this now. My dad, you're the one that come in the morning. But what's that? You must have an idea. You know, one man, you know, we can get with to go to Jamaica.
Then how you know that the man is from?
Just cool, my babes, one of my friends, man, who party together, you know, the road.
And you trust him?
Yeah, babes. Watch this, when we go to Jamaica, we can go over there, build a better life, and come back and help our family.
But you really want to go to Jamaica after so much people dead on the way to go to Jamaica? You really want to wait for chance for life to go to Jamaica?
Yes. I want to voodoo there when I work. We can't dead, babes. It's just for the work, babes.
Alright, I'm going to trust you now. And Jean-Pierre will go over there, you're going to marry me?
Babes, people are going to think I'm moving upon your finger every time you put that rock upon it, man.
Alright. But big and serious now. I'm going to put on this for a rainy day. I'm going to get one tripping up. Get.
And that's how we do it. Oh, God. I reach now, I'm going to make it. So here one. I'm going to check him right now. Yeah. I'm going to get it.
I'm going to tell mommy this.
You know someone who don't reach
simple and do, man.
Yeah, simple and do. Watch it now. Me and my moms, you know, we don't know if I can make it up.
Oh, yeah, man, simple and do. Simple. You are going now. So big order bless up.
Yeah.
One gate. Let's meet there tomorrow.
Alright, don't miss up.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. I reach, man.
I got the money, you know.
Yes, sir.
I got the money, man. Just give me what you have. When I started at Jamaica, I started on paper for money. See, a simple thing, man.
Oh, yeah, good youth from a long time now. Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, there. Yeah, man. Yeah.
During the boat trip to Jamaica, Esther went for days with little food or water. Her boyfriend, John, was not able to protect her, and she was robbed and gang raped by a group of men upon arrival at the Jamaican shore.
So we reached and just hold out the little hunger man. Look there. What a big hotel they down there, sir.
It's pretty, man. Over there, so we can stay.
That's my dad. Spend money. We are Jamaica now.
I tell you, babes. Reach, you know. Can work. Send back some money for people in there. See it? Yeah, what are you doing?
Upon arrival, she was transported to a community in New Kingston area. She was placed with a family as their domestic helper. Jean-Pierre found seasonal work on a farm in an adjoining parish, but when the farming season ended, he disappeared, leaving her behind.
But you can't imagine, after so long, Jean-Pierre didn't come look for me, and he promised me say he's gonna come look for me. The boy take me from country,
here me in this country and come left me stranded. And now me have to pay for me and me have to pay for him. And that is when I stop call off my phone and pressure me for the local money. But a good thing, you know? A good thing Miss Hyacinth treat me good. And that me really have to appreciate because she not deal with me no way.
The family she works for treats her well, and she enjoys caring for their 2 young children. They pay her 20,000 Jamaican dollars per week and give her a room.
Then, after so long again, look how long again Jean-Pierre no come look for me. I feel like say him apartheid, you know. But just feel like say him a get some of that money there. Can't just left me stranded, so? I can't believe this.
6 months later, Spanner has been making harassing phone calls to the host and about the money he is still owed. Esther is worried she will lose her job if he does not stop calling. She has been unable to pay him back because he continues to charge her high interest on her debt. 1 year later.
This year coming like say, but just a dash water in a basket. It coming like say the basket can't full. I'm putting it there over the sun and come with me there now. And the boy Jean-Pierre just gone left me. And then Spanner, Jesus Christ, Spanner, just stop press me for the little money and I can't even dump him, just a pay. But just tired of this, you know. Then, what you know, no? Jesus Christ, he can call me, make a tell him say. Hello?
Hey, you gotta stop. I'll give me money.
Spanner, I don't have it.
No, you don't have it, you don't owe me.
The little money when Miss Hyacinth give me $20,000. Every time she, I not even know what $20,000 look like because every pay she pay a huge she give.
Alright, look at your message. On my money, you see? On my money. Alright, else, you pick them out that you have to feel it.
Jesus Christ, let me pity them out and I beg. Leave them out and me, I beg you.
Let them out there, you want me 17,000, and 9,000 more now. 9 or a million, that me I tell you. Hear message. Because I want money I want, and I don't chat.
Spanner has threatened to harm her mother and children in Haiti if she does not pay him back money soon. Fearing for her job and the lives of her family in Haiti, Esther agreed to pay him some of her debt by having sex with the smuggler and his friends. She does not see any end in sight.
Good morning. Welcome to Siri Medical. My name is Leslie. How may I assist you today?
Morning, doctor.
Is it your first time coming here, ma'am? What is your name?
Esther.
Could you provide me with your last name, please?
Francois.
Okay, all right. Could you provide me with a reason why you're here today?
Well, doctor, me I feel belly pain and my odor, and I smell so wonderful down this room.
I realize that every time you're talking to me, you're looking at him. Is it an issue? Are you afraid of something?
No, man, she good.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, man, we're good.
You see, we have a patient confidentiality clause where if you are uncomfortable with that person, again, if you're uncomfortable with this person being in the room, I can make way for him to be excused.
Yeah, man, she good, man, she good.
I'm asking her.
Yeah, doctor, me alright, I'm up to stay.
And you're sure?
Yeah.
Alright, go in that room over there, take off your clothes and lay on the bed. I'll be with you shortly.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. What am I right there for? Am I like them? Are they still there?
Those are all officers assigned to the, officers. They're all officers assigned to the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Vice Squad. Lane Esther was one constable. Oh, sorry, I should not be saying woman anymore. But Constable Shamoy Morgan, John Pear, Constable Kimani Edwards, Spanner, Constable Carvin Mantle, our narrator was Constable Richard Gunn. The nurse/doctor, Constable Leslie Ann Johnson, and the other Asian on the boat coming to Jamaica, Constable Anise Mothersill. Good job.
I want to see John here.
John Pierre needs a visit, right? Yes, so the question is, who are the traffickers? Who are the traffickers? So that's one of the things that I want you to think about. You know, in cases like these, who are the possible traffickers? Esther spoke about her boss who paid over each pay check to the smuggler. So, who are the traffickers? She mixed up. She in it too. The man, she deserves a pay. She needs a visit from the police. She needs an account, right? So poor Esther was on her own. The boyfriend, the smuggler, the boss. Esther was in a spot of bother. So, you know, these are some of the things that we have, some of these situations that we are encountering.
One thing I found interesting, as you mentioned, the boss is the nice person, where she's saying how the boss treated her nice. Which she makes her comfortable because she needs her to be comfortable so she can do it. And they always say you always are a good cop, bad cop. In the scenario, somebody who wins your confidence and your trust, but we should not get in our money.
The boss is smart because Esther's cooking her food.
Exactly.
Yes. So she's smart. You don't play with people who are cooking your meals. So she made Esther feel comfortable, like everything is good, but she's really working with the trafficker. All right. So there are some questions that we need to examine a bit more, and they are on one of the sheets that you have. Who are the traffickers as per Jamaica's legislation? Who is a trafficker likely to be from the Caribbean perspective, and what are the vulnerabilities that they are exploiting? What are the push and pull factors for the traffickers in the Caribbean? My time is almost done. We have 7 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull from you and I'm going to write them on the sheet here. All right? so let's jump to number 2 first. I think that's easier. Who is a trafficker likely to be?
Standard first, right? He's the biggest trafficker.
So those are smugglers.
The boyfriend?
The boyfriend.
So human smugglers are possible traffickers. Who else?
The boyfriend.
So we call him
He was the recruiter, the boyfriend.
the boyfriend. So I call the spanner the human smuggler. So we'll call peer. What will we call peer?
A narcissist.
We can call him intimate partners. Right.
Intimate partner. Thank you.
So he was a recruiter. Who else? And don't limit it to Esther's situation. Let's talk about likely traffickers in Caribbean. Parents.
Best friends.
Who else? And let's think broad now. We're not talking about Esther only. And remember, we looked at the traffickers that were already convicted and who they were.
I don't know where to put the girl who was trafficked.
Right. So they call them cops. Yeah, but victims become traffickers as well.
And I know in the US, law enforcement have been incarcerated for trafficking.
And that is the gang members that's mentioned in the legislation. We spoke about gangs. Who else? Who else?
I want to say householders.
Right, because domestic servitude.
Yes. Any kind of professionals that come and work at
Somebody was saying something? Health professionals, yeah, health professionals. Anything else? Anyone else? Who else? Anybody else?
Disney workers in the
Say again?
Disney workers were incarcerated for trafficking. Walt Disney.
I don't want to write Disney workers.
No, they wasn't seasoning. They wasn't seasonal. That was incarcerated. They were employees of what's supposed to be the happiest place on earth for children and their families. Massage parlors. Strip club, nail salons.
I'm just going to write anyone.
the vulnerabilities they are exploiting? Age.
Oh, I like age. She said that. That's a good one.
Yes. Right, so you're thinking now from the victim's perspective. Unemployment. You were saying something just now? Age.
Esther or generally?
General. We can start with Esther and then we move on. But Esther, age. Age.
Disability.
Hmm?
Disabilities.
Disabilities. Undocumented. In terms of where Esther was concerned, it was poverty.
Lack of education. Lack of education.
Economic climate. Who said that? Explain.
In terms of
Economic climate. I heard my brain heard something else.
Runaways, dysfunctional families, trauma.
Persons living in communities with high crime or a history. It's almost like a community code. Like a passport code.
Mental health issues.
Writing gets worse as we with time. Okay, any other vulnerability?
Yes. So our table says former wards of the state, foster care, exiting foster care. And a common trend we're seeing in the States is women who are incarcerated, they target them. And I don't think it's just women, I don't think it's gender.
About sexuality.
Biased.
About sexuality.
Yes.
It's a vulnerability.
Language barrier.
Language barrier. Any other vulnerability? Natural disasters. I'm gonna write it for now.
What do you think, Terry?
Oh, because of crisis. Crisis. Times of crisis. I'm gonna leave pandemic under this heading, times of crisis. Any? Give them to me. Give me. Give it to me.
True. Loneliness. Loneliness, that person feeling lonely, I want to give it. True.
unsupervised. So we could all of that come under mental health issues? Depression and all of that? You not reach depression yet, but them lonely. Okay, like a teenager. Like a teenager that needs love. Yeah. Yeah. I know, right. Right. Any other vulnerability?
Yes,
I'm sure there are many more.
Some that's already got convictions or already incarcerated, vulnerable, how would that fall?
Sorry, say it.
So the lady here said women are targeted in the US that are already incarcerated.
Women who are,
So people that have already been through the criminal justice system and that are already offenders may be more vulnerable. Is that right?
So
That's correct, because in the States, these things are public information. So you can go on the blog and look at who was arrested, why were they arrested, how much time, and they literally target those women, mail them, and then let them know, you have a place when you get out. You have a friend when you get out. I'll be waiting for you when you get out. So that's trending in the US.
homelessness. Homelessness. Alright. I'm sure there are many other.
Addiction is huge.
Drug use.
Yes, it's huge. Because you're chasing that addiction, and oftentimes you fall into the trap of human trafficking. And the progenitor to addiction oftentimes is unresolved grief and trauma.
Okay, great. So, I'm sure this is someplace else. Yeah. But it paints a picture, and it tells us how victims, the situations that they may be in that would cause them to, be pushed. Now, my time is up.
Perfect. You've gotta love the speaker prerogative and just having this menacing presence enough to get the detective inspector to be like, done. But can we have another round of applause for the most talented police department I've ever seen? You guys should get like Oscars out there on these streets with your performances. It's incredible. Now you guys have a coffee break. The food is already outside. Remember, 8:30 bright and early tomorrow, and we will continue with our progress. So I think you're our first representative. Thank you. Oh, sure.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Okay, so my name is Joy Crawford, from Jamaica, and we had the opportunity of being led in a discussion about who are the traffickers, and I must say it was ably done by Detective Inspector Kenesha Gordon. Can we have a round of applause for Kenesha? Our group was very diverse, of course. We had representatives from, all the islands that are here, and of course international who are not in the region. And she started out by giving us some data and framing what was happening in the Jamaican context, again around who the traffickers are. And she shared information about the nationality of the traffickers that pretty much they had convicted. And there were Jamaicans, Panamanians, and Indians from India, I guess. There were fishermen, people who owned exotic clubs, store owners, farmers, a football coach, persons who operated a massage parlor, and some that were unemployed. And of course, their age group was between 19-year-olds to 41 years. So these are the traffickers that in her experience, they had convicted in the Jamaican context. And then she led us into what was happening regionally. Some persons pretty much share what they thought the profile of the trafficker looked like. So on screen, right here, if you can see, we came up with a number of things. We had human smugglers, intimate partners, recruiters. Oh, before we got here, how could I miss the Oscars? So we did have a drama presentation from officers from the trafficking unit here in Jamaica who demonstrated for us in skit a scenario of a recruiter, which was an intimate partner of a victim, very loving man, who coerced or tricked his partner, his wife, to take a job abroad. What was interesting is that she went on a boat with other people. I don't know how she didn't get it, that something was wrong, going on a boat and not on a plane. So she went abroad and she ended up in a family where she was working for little or nothing. But the person she was working for was a very nice woman. But this time the partner had gone back and left her alone, and she was stuck in a different country. What we did see though is that even though she said the lady was very nice, she wasn't really earning. So she did mention $20,000, and the Jamaicans went, huh? So we had to interpret that. For example, in Jamaica, well, dollar is 156 to $1 US, all right? So it sounded a lot, but in our context, we know she wasn't really earning anything. And of the nothing that she was earning, she wasn't really getting her salary. The person was giving it actually to the head of the trafficking ring. So she wasn't earning anything, but she was owed a debt, and every time he called, he increased, it gained interest. So her life was very traumatic. And then she decided to pay him now in sex, because she couldn't pay him in cash, and seemed as though she had an STI. So her life was very convoluted. So after we enjoyed that, and I think what for us was strong is that it was now being done by police officers who were our actors. So we really want to thank them for that. So we went now to look at who the traffickers are. We started making our list. But we're making our list with the play in our background, as well as just our general experience. So this is what we came up with. So of course, the intimate partner here was a recruiter in the skit, but we all acknowledge that family members, best friends, employers, business owners, other victims of trafficking who now became a part of the industry, law enforcement, healthcare professionals, people, gangs in general, politicians. We were making the list, and then we concluded that with this list, we could very much say that anyone or everyone could become a perpetrator of trafficking. Our next question that we had to answer was, okay, so some of these that were here as well were shared from the audience as actual groups that have been prosecuted, here locally or abroad. So for example, entertainment center employees, the person shared in the room that was a real case where an amusement park became a place for recruiting. Airport employees, all of that. Some of these were actual groups that we know have already been convicted for trafficking. Then we discussed what really made people vulnerable, what placed people at risk. So we have another list here for you. The regular ones: unemployment, age, disability, poverty, gender, lack of education, economic climate within a space, including we may have also natural disasters. We can have changes in a country's economic stability, because there, for example, when COVID hit us, we know that a lot of people lost their jobs and became more vulnerable, or they were at home in spaces where they would not have been access, but they now were become accessible to traffickers. Other main issues, of course, that we would have discussed was mental health issues, the issues around foster care, people who are in foster care and who are transitioning, who may not have had before or now any set place to go, They had no other relatives, it made them high risk for trafficking. And so that's an overview pretty much of our list. And then we had one last question, which was, well, that was the last question. Okay, so we looked at who was the trafficker and what were the vulnerabilities, and then we had the time signal. But I think we were able to achieve collectively, as a group, that there were similarities, and that the trafficker profile and those that are trafficked is pretty much the same right throughout, because of course it's big business. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Paula White Bernard. A part of the scenario that we didn't get to, that I wanted to highlight, is the fact that she went to the doctor and the doctor sensed that something was happening. So sometimes we ourselves, we are not going to be intimate to know the intricacies of what is happening, but there are going to be signs similar to what our sexologist talked about earlier when she saw the young lady whose face appeared to have bruises, and she inquired. So that doctor had a responsibility, I'm thinking, to alert, for example, law enforcement that there's something wrong. Because that lady possibly wanted to talk to the doctor on a one-on-one to indicate that I am challenged, but the person would not give her any breathing space. So I'm saying sometimes we, on the other hand, we can pick up these things and give the alert for these victims.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And may I just extend my personal welcome to Jamaica.
Thank you, Ryan.
Right. So our group met with Dr. Elizabeth Hope from the UWI and had a discussion centered around three main pointers. First is we discussed the effects of poor or deficient education and how it is that it would be a driving factor for persons being found or being caught in a trafficking situation. Also, the effects of culture on said trafficking situation, as well as migration, how it affects our migration, our trafficking situation. So firstly, as it relates to our education. From our group, we basically came to the consensus that having poor education is not necessarily the main factor or the only factor that would basically cause somebody to be found in a situation where they are trafficked. Persons with high education can find themselves in such a situation. And that is something that we can all agree. It just depends on your vulnerability. How is it that you are recruited, right? How is it that one can reach you? Now, a discussion that we were having as well, as a side note, is that COVID-19 got to all of us, in the sense that we all got connected to the web. We all were reachable. And as such, persons of high education, likewise persons of deficient education, were all connected by the same web. And so traffickers could all reach us. Might just say that a trafficker who had been profiting from the web for a very long time will look at the COVID-19 situation and see Okay, there was a tree full of leaves, but now it's full of apples because of what we looked like to them. So the situation of whether you're of poor educational standing or whether you are of high educational standing will not really matter. You can find yourself innovating. We also looked at the second point of culture. How is it that our varying cultures give rise to the possibility of trafficking taking place right across our region? We all experience different cultures, whether from a national perspective or even a community, a district perspective. Each district, each country has its own culture. Each region has its own culture. We were also able to identify that even though we have these various diverse cultures, we have many similarities, regardless you're from Indonesia, or Belize, or Jamaica, or St. Lucia, Trinidad. There are some fine fabric, some factors that will transcend regardless of the culture. But the culture at the core also gives rise to the nature of how a person may find themselves in a trafficking situation. Dr. Elizabeth highlighted the scenario where persons are sent to live with other relatives and may find themselves in sexual situations as well as they are used for domestic servitude, right? Just based on the fact that parent of yesteryear may have 10 children and may need assistance, so they may send a boy or a girl to live with a more affluent relative, and they find themselves in a situation where they are trafficked. And then we also discussed the concept of migration and its relation to human trafficking. Now, we have a lot of movement within our region. The Trinidadians get a lot of Venezuelans who are trying to flee their situation there, and they will find themselves in varying situations. Likewise in Jamaica, we do not have such close borders as Trinidad, but then we will find that other nationalities may fly into Jamaica or brave very high waves from Haiti or Cuba into Jamaica, coming here to seek a better life. But then on the flip side, we have Jamaicans who are also leaving for the same very reason why the Cubans, the Haitians, the Dominican Republic nationals are coming here. And so we find ourselves as a transit country, source country, and what it points to overall is that the complexity of human trafficking needs to be understood at the core, needs to be understood from varying perspectives, cultural perspectives, the effects of migration on your nation, the economy. One of the things that we highlighted is that many of us, if not all of us, grew up witnessing human trafficking, but not until we look at it from a different perspective that we understand that our grandmother, or mother, father, could have been a victim of human trafficking. So we had a very robust discussion, very interesting. And I must say thank you, Dr. Elizabeth, for hosting such a conversation, because it was really a conversation amongst persons from varying territories, which highlighted the fact that we all share similar fabric, but in subtly different ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to say thanks again to our workshop facilitators, Dr. Elizabeth Thomas Hope, as well as Detective Inspector Commissioner Gordon. Thank you all so much for your contributions. So we're almost to the end of day one, and it has been an amazing day for us. Looking forward to 2 more fantastic days. But we're going to wrap up on a strong note. We're going to have a facilitated discussion that will focus on the question, are we one Caribbean when approaching trafficking in persons? And we have the fantastic Amanda, who we heard from earlier today, who will be leading this discussion, and she will be accompanied by Andrina, the fantastic Andrina, both hailing from Sweet TNT. Well, we borrowed Andrina from Venezuela, but she's representing Trinidad today also. So welcome, ladies, and hand over to you.
Bueno, hola, ¿qué tal amigos? Muy buenas tardes, bienvenidos al Congreso, al Foro Internacional de Trata de Personas. Bueno, estamos preparados para ver cuánto conocimiento hay en este foro del día de hoy, así que... ¿Ah? ¿Qué pasó? What happened? ¿Ah? Okay. Well, that's it. 2 things. First and all, I want you all to put your shoes in mine. Sometimes I say stick your tie and make sure I can understand as well. That's the same position of many of us, or many of the victims, or many of the survivors. We have to share that feelings. And second all right, what? I need your attention. I need you all to be attentive to what we want to say. I know you all eating a lot of sweets, but that was a proof. And I thank you, Sandra, you stopped me, because if not, I will continue to speak Spanish and like everybody's sleeping. Amanda.
Good afternoon, colleagues, once again. I really want Andrina to really introduce herself, in English. But really, please, Andrina, for those of you in the room who are meeting Andrina for the first time, please let them know who you are and a little bit about what you do.
Okay, I am Andreina Briceño Ventura Brown. I normally get all my names because I don't like them to call me only Ventura or only Briceño, because it always makes my real name. But I am from Venezuela, half in the life in Venezuela, the other half in Trinidad. Don't try to guess my age. But yes, I am an activist, I am a journalist, and right now I am the founder and the managing director of La Casita Hispanic Cultural Center. It's an NGO in Trinidad and Tobago who is helping to dignify the position of the migrant, refugees, and asylum seekers through reintegration, inclusion, and of course we are part of that group who help the survivors. We have a team what called Reset, but supporting the survivors in terms of protection and prevention. We work very closely with a lot of colleagues in Venezuela to make sure if they want to go back home, they are safe and they look, they have a little more support to get back and settle, safely. It's a lot more we do, but in terms of culture, we try the Venezuelans to learn about Trinidadian culture and Trinidadians to learn about Venezuelans, to bring that bridge, not only the language barrier, it's also that cultural barrier who sometimes just put us apart. Well, in Trinidad, we are doing a hard work, but we are doing it and trying to get that settled. I think that's enough for now.
Thanks so much, Andrina, and if I may say, I think that your presence here at the conference this week is extremely valuable Andrina has done many years of hard work creating trust amongst communities of survivors in Trinidad and Tobago. So much so that I can say persons who are scared to go to the police would rather go to La Casita to share their story and receive help. And you can take a look at Andrina's work on social media, on YouTube and so on. You'll see a lot of the Hispanic cultural heritage work that they have been doing. I also want to introduce a new colleague, a new Jamaican colleague. We're meeting today for the first time, but I called for help yesterday morning, and Jamaican colleagues heeded that call and sent Mr. Joe Clark, which I'm very grateful for. He's here from the Edna Manley College of Visual and Performing Arts, so please help me to welcome Mr. Clark. And I thought it was important to have music at a discussion like this. In my practice of mental health, I stand firm in my belief that not because we are discussing a topic that is somber and serious and heartbreaking that we shouldn't have music, but rather it is because we are discussing a topic like this, and that is why we should have music. And isn't that what we practice and what we believe in the Caribbean? Isn't that what our roots are from, whether it's African drums or Indian drums or, the Caribbean is a place of great fusion and great resilience. So Mr. Clark, your presence here is very, very important this evening. And I hope that each of us, when we go back to our respective countries, that we will remember this, that it's important for us to use what we have and what we know and what our great-grandparents left for us as methods of resilience and surviving. So I prepared a speech, but I feel that we are beyond that at this point. And we can go straight to the activity. So I feel that Adrian, where's Adrian? Yes, Adrian and Giselle, and they gave me a very hard topic. How does one come into a room with Caribbean people and pose the question, are we really unified? Are we really together? It's a very touchy question. I'm scared, I must tell you. And I'm glad they put me at the end of the day so I could, do some tricks and wrap it up quickly if it doesn't go well. And we have the drama too. But I think it's a discussion that is necessary. And I'm glad that things have progressed the way that they have today. I mean, if we were able to sit down and talk with a sexologist and stuff, it means that I think we have what it takes to talk about this, right? So I think it's only right to start with a pop quiz. Yeah. And I told Adrian that I'm going to borrow his lovely voice. Does anybody else in this room think that Adrian has the best voice ever? So Adrian, if you don't mind, I want to borrow your voice because you will be the reader, the deliverer of the pop quiz questions.
I
right?
need to pick well.
And you have, isn't that a great idea? Because I thought that we would respond collectively with a thumbs up for if the answer is true, or a thumbs down for if it's false. But Adrian wants to put people on the spot.
No. I just asked a question, hypothetically.
So, what do we want to do? The spot or thumbs up and thumbs down? And who said we're not unified? Look at this. So, we're doing numbers 1 to 5.
Okay.
And if they really like the vibe of it, we can go straight to 10.
Alright, no problem. So I'm putting people on the spot, you said.
No, we're going to
Yes,
answer. We're answering collectively. Yeah?
Okay, first question, true or false? Every CARICOM member state has a specialized anti-human trafficking unit. False. Okay, that is correct. Okay, thank you so much. Alright, number two, true or false? The Caribbean region has a standardized legal framework in place for addressing human trafficking. False, okay, doing good.
So I think we're working towards that, but we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Right.
Alright, number three, under the CARICOM framework, there's a single integrated database that tracks human trafficking cases across all member states.
So we're in the
That's a little of fantasy right now.
we're in the seedling stages of that.
We could be there for a long while.
Sorry?
We could be there for a long while.
This is what you plant to the tree, right? So we have to make sure we plant it good. Most Caribbean countries have enacted legislation specifically targeting human trafficking that includes provisions for both prosecution and victim protection. Next question, and this is the fifth one, we see how the time goes. Human trafficking in the Caribbean primarily involves the trafficking of individuals from outside the region. Okay.
I think we're going good.
Alright. So number six, the Caribbean region uses a unified public awareness campaign across all member states to combat human trafficking. That's it, demystifying human trafficking in the Caribbean context, right? That's what we're doing.
And also revealing where the gaps are.
Correct. So number seven, the majority of human trafficking victims in the Caribbean are identified through law enforcement efforts rather than community efforts. That sounds a bit mixed. Yeah. Again, the category is majority.
I love it.
I like this one, waving the finger.
I love it. Because that was the bacchanal question. That could have gone either way. And it can't. Because I think Dr. Francis was talking about that earlier. That in fact, people believe that law enforcement actually identifies the cases first, but that's not always the case. Yeah? And of course there's, the lack of data, but the feedback. So that was the bacchanal question, you all got it, very good.
I'm coming though.
Sure.
In the fact that it requires law enforcement to say, this is trafficking. Would that not make them be the one? Because even if somebody in the community called, I think that's happening over there, it has no value to our data or to anything else unless the law enforcement is the one that actually say yes, this is trafficking.
Yeah. And I think that speaks to many things. You're right. Identification, training, culture, coming back again. So just 3 more, and then we move on to the fishbowl. So all of the people who were begging to participate in the fishbowl, get ready. We need only 4, right? Only 4 people.
Okay, number 8, specialized training for judges and prosecutors on handling trafficking cases is mandatory in all Caribbean countries. Number 9, most Caribbean countries participate in regional and international treaties against human trafficking. Yeah. And the last one, cybercrime technologies are widely used in the Caribbean to combat human trafficking.
Guys, on behalf of all of us, Adrian, we thank you. Yes, so we're moving on quickly to our next exercise, which is the fishbowl. And we know how the fishbowl works. We're going to have 4 people randomly from the audience who are gonna come and have a seat up here. And for about maybe 5 minutes or a little over that, you're gonna discuss the topic of what are the challenges keeping us back from achieving Caribbean unity in addressing human trafficking. What are the things that are keeping us back from being united in this fight? So you're gonna sit and discuss, and everybody else is gonna watch the discussion happening. That's how a fishbowl works. We watch the fishes do their thing. So, before people, please make your way up to the front. Any folk?
Can be voluntarily, or we can pick them up.
Well, I wanted to be fair and give people a chance.
Sandra, come there.
Oh, very good, yes. One participant, give her a round of applause, she's brave. Yeah. We need just 3 more people.
Anyone else?
I'm very interested in this table, huh? I'm very interested in this table. Yeah, we have a request for 2 men. Can we have 2 men, please? A round of applause, please.
These tables are not, they don't have the opportunity, yes, are open for free all this well. Oh my God, that is why the room is full with women. I am sorry to say, but you understand? We are very. Another brief one, please. Come on, it's 5 minutes. Thank you.
This was the hardest part, right? Getting up here, right? So, we need a timer. Okay, can you time for us? Yeah? So, we're going 5 minutes into the fishbowl. They're going to be having a conversation like if they're sitting down in the gallery, in the porch, drinking coconut water and just talking about social issues. What is keeping us back from really combating human trafficking in a united way? What are the things that are keeping us back? Now, if you really like how the conversation is going and you want to join in, you just walk up to the stage and tap a person on their shoulder. They'll come up to their seat and you carry on. Sure, and there's a request. When you start talking, just introduce yourself and say where you're from. Alright, so let's go. Let's start taking control.
Alright, so how do I do this? I don't actually I'm Sean Nelson. I am from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions here in Jamaica. I'm a counsel, so that is a prosecutor for those of you who wish to know what that is. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm Jason Haynes. I am from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I am a pseudo-lawyer, pseudo-academic. Somewhere in there. Yes.
Sandra Krista Brown, I live in the US representing Jamaica.
My name is Kyla Sego. I'm the Victim Assistance Coordinator for the Human Trafficking Institute, and I live in Belize.
So the reason why we're not united, I believe it is policy, as well as the fact that persons try to compete for some strange reason. I don't understand why. But it is that we have so many things in common. So where it is that it comes on to not being able to tackle human trafficking, it's because one, reporting, persons need to report, as well as the fact that they need to know where they can utilize their counterparts in other jurisdictions. For myself, I worked in Antigua as well. Being a Jamaican working in Antigua, I knew some persons here in Jamaica who could assist me with my human trafficking case that I had over there. And it was quick. They actually worked quick and fast. Where it came on now to actually identifying persons or aid from different jurisdictions where I didn't know those persons myself, it took a while. So, hey, Jamaica, I need help to locate this person. We sent back this witness. I kid you not, within a week, the unit in Jamaica actually found them for me. When it came on to say, hey, Barbados, I knew nobody in Barbados. I need assistance to locate this person. It took forever. But it's because I was able to draw on those personal connections, that's why I was able to move so fast. Other than that, I just think, again, the policy and not actually knowing the other counterpart that you need to speak with.
Yes.
I think for me, it's consistency of political will across the region is something that I think is lacking. I think in some jurisdictions, Jamaica being one of them, Guyana being another, there has been, at least in the last several years, consistency in recognizing trafficking as a problem and putting in place the necessary mechanisms to address trafficking. Whereas in other jurisdictions, and certainly in respect of some of the political figures that I've spoken to, there has been a denial that trafficking is a phenomenon within those jurisdictions. But beyond that, I think in many respects as well, we are engaged in a box-ticking exercise still in many jurisdictions, and that's partly at the behest of the United States Trafficking Persons Reporting System, which requires that states report on their anti-trafficking activities on an annual basis. So even without having a strong political will or inclination to work combating trafficking, the fact of having been required to do so necessitates that reporting, and it's not necessarily a full commitment to addressing all of the issues that exist on the ground in some jurisdictions. And that is not probably the most politically informed thing to say, but it is the reality. And certainly in conversations with colleagues, there's a general sentiment that we're doing this because we're required to do so, rather than it being a full commitment to addressing these issues.
Quick question for you. Before you move on, just a quick question. Do you think it's because the fact that the reporting is just a yearly thing? Yes. As I said, a box-ticking exercise. Yes. That the politicians themselves don't view it as the police officers who put it, hey, this person needs help right now. Yeah. But for the politicians, it is, hey, I just need to report on the number at the end of the year.
Yeah, well, I think there are competing interests at play. For politicians, their primary concern is being re-elected on the next occasion when elections are held. And if it so happens that their electoral prospects might be affected by their international reputation being ruined, I think there's an inclination then for them to really be pushed into action. But I think the real work in anti-trafficking is done on the ground by the folk who, many of them are in this room, of investigating, of reporting trafficking instances, etc., and providing assistance to victims where they're identified. So I think perhaps the challenge is that we have too much deference, too much respect for politicians, and we expect too much from politicians, when the real work is actually being done, or should be done, on the ground, between the people who are represented here today.
How is this fishbowl going?
I would love for the inspector to be here with me.
Let's hear from the other half of the fishbowl now, right?
I am ready to introduce myself. I think honestly it is a partnership, collaboration. We don't have much of that from law enforcement enforcement to NGOs, because I myself work among law enforcement, and for example, we had a missing person a couple weeks ago, and I got a call from Sandra Anderson, and immediately I could pick up the phone, get in touch with law enforcement, track that survivor down. By the time we finished, by the end of the week, we tracked the survivor, they already moved her to Las Vegas. So it's a partnership and collaboration with law enforcement and the NGOs, and I think in a region, if we have that collaboration, not only with law enforcement, but also the NGOs have a point of contact in each of these islands that are placed on the back of your seats, that we have somebody to call and to reach out to when we have a need or if we have a crisis going on. I think if we come together and unite in that way, we can see more, we can get more out of this. And also cultural diversity. You may be from, here we're all in one room, but my culture as a Jamaican is different from a culture of Trinidad. We maybe have, we have maybe a little different, so we gotta know your culture. Maybe to talk about trafficking in the home, maybe in my home, and I bring trafficking in, it's a scorn. Maybe in your home, it's a table topic. So we need to break that culture diversity.
I think adding to that, I was sharing at my table earlier, there is, speaking for my country, there is some distrust among those who are in the response. And so we can't work together effectively. And I think we're at a point where while government cannot divest itself from its responsibility, it can accept help because we know where the gaps are, and sometimes our government partners are not, or their approach is not in collaboration. And I think adding to that too is also how much of a priority is the tip in the country. For us in Belize, we mainly think about it as persons who are coming from Central America and they're being trafficked. But our data shows us that majority of the survivors are Belizeans. And so we need to look at how do we raise awareness so that it gains more traction and becomes more of a priority, so that more resources can be channeled into the response.
I want to piggyback on the point about awareness. I wondered your reflections as colleagues on whether or not, as a society, we are becoming a lot more fatigued about these types of messages. Messages against trafficking, messages against violence, whatever, that we've been hearing over and over again. And somebody mentioned earlier this idea of things being normalized. And I wondered if the same message is being said over and over again. Eventually, people just brush it off and just say,
I don't think so. At the end of the day, put yourself in the mind of a victim who's in a different country and hears this message and they're like, hey, I need to reach out. So while it is that persons who are not affected by it might just brush it off, the person who's affected by it hits home. And they're like, hey, let me reach out to the police. Hey, let me go seek help. This is how I can seek help. You might not notice that, hey, you were a perpetrator yesterday because, hey, you're not too much affected. But somebody who knows she looks good in purple, be like, hey, I wore purple today. It hits home. So the messages should continue to go out there just in case that person who needs it can hear it.
So is it then that we need to change the messaging or the methods in which we transmit that message?
I think definitely there's different levels of people that we need to reach. And so, you want to be able to channel information to children. What does trafficking look like? Good touch, bad touch. We have to teach our children those things. And we also, when you want to raise awareness, the services also have to be on the other side that can compensate for this additional demand and supply. And so I think the messaging needs to be constant and it needs to be tailored to that particular audience. So things that you will do with children, things that you will do with service providers, and it has to be constant.
And I agree. Have any of you guys, even in the crowd, ever met a victim who doesn't even know that she was trafficked? Yeah, like she doesn't know she was trafficked. So the message, as you said, and how and who you tell, it's important. Some of them are working their life away thinking, oh, this is the norm, this is how it is in this country, and they don't even know they're the victim.
Guys, I want to ask a huge round of applause. Thank you all so much. You all did a great job.
You set the microphones on your chairs.
That was an excellent fishbowl. You all gave us a lot of insight into some of the factors that might be impeding a more unified approach to combating human trafficking in the Caribbean. So I've taken note, and some of these things we really need to pay attention to: competitiveness, box ticking, disconnect, etc. So we found the fish. Now we have to find the goose. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yes. So you will notice that there are some countries stuck behind the chairs, and I'm going to challenge all of us in the room to do a regional mapping exercise. Because if the claim is that large, then we are not as unified as we should be. I mean, really? Caribbean people not unified? All of the fusion that we have, food fusion, music fusion, you name it. Then what is missing? What's that? Yes. What is missing and how can we fix it? So we have to find the goose. And what is the goose? We have to find the gaps, the overlaps, the opportunities, and the strengths. So I'm going to propose, this is how we do it. You have some cards on your table, you have sticky notes as well. And I want you to think about what country you are from, what countries you've worked in, what countries your families have worked in, what countries you've studied in the CARICOM community. And start jotting down the goose. What are the gaps, the overlaps, the opportunities, the strengths, and then you're gonna find that country and you're gonna stick it on. You're gonna stick it on. So if you know about Barbados and the programs there, and you feel like you can identify a gap or an overlap between Barbados and Trinidad, or Barbados and Guyana, yes, I know. I'm asking you to do something hard, but look how great the fishbowl went, and they didn't even want to come. Right? So come on, work together on your tables. You're going to jot down your notes, and then you're going to find your country and stick it on. And we have the music, it's going to help us. It's going to help us through this.
Yeah, these ones probably will make it easier because have the sticky
parts.
So you can just put it on the...
You might need to get up and walk around a little bit. thing to start the exercise, but I have to tell you that I have been a little bit sneaky. Yeah? Because I know a regional mapping exercise cannot be done in 15 minutes. But we got started. And people were taking pictures of the cheat sheet and stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stay back a little bit and I'm going to group all the countries together so that when you come in the morning for 8:30 a.m., you will see what we have mapped so far. And because you will be studying the cheat sheet tonight, I'm joking, you might be able to add to the mapping tomorrow. And by the end of the third day, I see Giselle shaking her head, by the end of the third day, the mapping exercise might be a little bit fuller, and we could find out who's, yeah? All right, so the last thing we're gonna do today, as we close, so the next slide, please, if you can. We're just gonna bring things down nice and low, right? Yeah? So I know you have your paper. We did a lot. We did a quiz. We did a fishbowl. We started a regional mapping exercise. And now we're gonna build a collage out of what we wish for. So when we think of a united Caribbean in its fight against human trafficking, what are we wishing for? So I want to ask you, if you feel comfortable, you could close your eyes a little bit. If not, you could focus on that nice picture there. And I'm going to guide you through a couple thoughts. And let your mind produce whatever it is. If you feel that every survivor of human trafficking should drive a brand new Hilux, then you're going to put that on your post-it. Yeah? But don't limit yourself. That's what I'm saying. Let your mind go, and let's make this collage of wishes for a united Caribbean. So close your eyes, or focus on the picture. Take a deep breath in. And let's journey together into a vision for a united Caribbean, standing strong against human trafficking. Visualize the people of the Caribbean, the places. Think about support systems for victims. Think about educational initiatives. Communities getting involved. The role of the media, radio, TV, social media, the courts, the police, the NGOs, the families, the children. What do we wish for? When you are ready, you can put some of those wishes down. Andrina, and I invite you now to put your wish on the board. You can come up, put your wish on the board. There's a vision board here. And we're going to take a picture by tomorrow morning of all of the wishes pooled together, forming a collage on the vision board. Very good. Come right up. Thank you. Or one person can collect from a table and put them all up. If you like. Anybody else? Guys, that vision board is starting to shape up very nicely. Andrina and I would like to thank you for your participation on this Monday afternoon. I know it's been a long day and you all have been great working with us to get these activities done. Some of these may spill over into tomorrow morning. When you come, you might have some more thoughts and you can fill them in. So we really, really thank you and we look